Where's my collateral? Who's ahead of me? Who's behind me? What did the notes really say in all those credit agreements? So, Stephen, is this just kind of an opportunity for the bondholders to negotiate a better deal here? Because at the end of the day, both sides are incented, I think, to get this deal done.
Yeah, listen, the bondholders would, I think, would be much better off being part of DirecTV, right? You'd be part of a much bigger company. DirecTV has a much stronger balance sheet. They have much better bond ratings. And together, the two companies would have the opportunity to produce significant synergies, right? They're expecting $1 billion of cost synergies on an annual run rate basis within 3 years of the deal close. DirecTV has committed to improving net leverage to a ratio of 1.5 to 2 times, which is very conservative. Now, this is a business that obviously is losing subscribers. You have declining revenue, but it still produces a fair amount of free cash flow. So the bondholders would clearly be in a much better position to be part of DirecTV than standalone. So yes, that is the positive for the bondholders. Negative is that they're asking them to take a pretty big haircut to be to participate in that. So that's kind of how you have to measure the two.
Okay, best guess as to where this settles out, assuming it gets done at what price? Best guess.
Yeah, so my best guess is that they could come to a deal where they increase the exchange offers for the DBS bondholders to a level that they'd be willing to accept. Again, what we're guessing is how this could play out, but that is definitely one scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at EchoStar, the parent company, $25 billion of debt, and EBITDA, let's call it $2 billion. So you're talking like 12, 13 times leverage. That is just grim. I'm going to leave that for Steve.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hate to tell you that the best part, the least levered part of it is the DBS business, right? So if you think of
the good news is we have people like you and Phil Brendel, who does distressed credit for Bloomberg Intelligence.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, nobody likes to talk to Phil Brendel. That means because your companies think things are bad. All right, Steve, thanks so much for joining us. You're on top of it. Steve Flynn, he's a senior credit analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Again, keeping on top of this really amazing transaction. If you're in the high yield market, one of these creditors, you'd like Dish and DirecTV to merge and be a bigger, better company, Steve Flynn was saying, but boy, what kind of haircut do I have to take on my bond holdings to get this thing done? That's where we are. Markets, they've turned positive. S&P 500 up 7 points, NASDAQ up 46 points. Keep an eye on this market. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all holding on to gains. Treasuries unwound the previous day's gains following stronger than expected jobs numbers this morning out of ADP. S&P right now up 7, close to session highs, a gain of 0.1%. The Dow up 61, also an advance of just about 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up now by roughly 0.1%. The 10-year yield 3.79%, the 2-year 3.63%. Gold is retreating by $15 the ounce, down 0.6%, while West Texas Intermediate crude holding above $70 a barrel, 70.44, a gain now of 0.9%. The next big economic event for Wall Street, Friday morning's jobs report, a data point that will be extremely important to the Federal Reserve and investors who are looking to hone their bets on rate cuts. Joe Davis is chief economist at the Vanguard Group.
The Federal Reserve is all in on the soft landing expectation, and so I think they're going to be fairly aggressive to try to increase the odds that that happens. But there is risk in that strategy if the labor market, which I don't think it is, but if the labor market is sending the false signal and it's the GDP numbers that are more accurate or more representative, then 6 months from now we're going to have this crossroads, because the equity market, I think, is looking at GDP, and the bond market and the Treasury market is looking at jobs.
Joe Davis of Vanguard Group. Humana shares are plummeting the most in 15 years after the insurer suffered a drop in Medicare Advantage quality ratings, posing a drastic threat to revenue. Humana shares right now are down 17.8%. Recapping, S&P up 8, up 0.1% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We broadcast all the news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world, and one of them is the fabulous Jen Bartashis. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for Retail Staples and Packaged Food. You guys just put out a note, Jen, about the impact of the port strikes. We're on day 2 on all the areas that you cover. So let's kind of break it down first. What about perishable goods like bananas, fruit, coffee? How are they impacted right now, and what companies are impacted the most?
Right. So first of all, when you talk about perishables, right now the supply is fine because these are items that have come into the ports in the last 2 weeks. As this delay happens or continues, that's when we could start to see shortages or scarcity of some key commodity items. Anything that's coming from Central and South America in terms of produce, so bananas, 75% of the bananas that are consumed in the United States come through ports that are affected. So you could start seeing much higher prices, or you could start seeing a lack of bananas available in stores. Once a container gets here with produce, it's usually only got a 2-week span. So that's it has to be turned over quickly. So even if the strike ends, and there's already a backlog of containers, it will take time to work through to where you get a normal supply of produce coming through those ports again.
You've got a great chart in here, food at home, CPI versus PPI. So at the producer price level, we're starting to already see it a little bit. I mean, that tends to lead the consumer prices. Is that kind of how we should think about it?
Yeah, so the producer price index has been higher than the CPI for a little while. And that's really just a reflection of systemically higher costs that are affecting food producers. And yet at the same time, there's been immense pressure to bring prices down for consumers. So the CPI is now currently below the PPI. The only problem is that something like this strike could exacerbate that gap and make it much wider. From the packaged food company perspective, we've been hearing them say, for quite a while now, that they want to try to drive growth through increasing the volume of goods sold because they don't have the ability to continue to raise prices. But when the PPI is higher than where prices are, what that means is that when you have any kind of disruption in your supply chain, like we're having, we'll see with these ports, it just adds cost, which means that it's going to be even harder for those companies to not cut into their margins and to be able to meet their financial goals for the year.
What about other areas? What about poultry, for example? And this is kind of a twofer, because isn't that going to get hurt also by the hurricane that was hit also and all the flooding in addition?
Exactly. The poultry industry has got some serious challenges to overcome in the next couple of months. So yes, there was production disruption from bad and severe weather events that have been taking place recently. And when it comes to the port issue, 80% of the chicken exports that go out by ocean go through these ports. And so, what most people don't think about is that, we have a lot of chicken that's produced in the United States. A lot of it is processed, but there are a lot of parts of the chicken that the U.S. consumer does not want to eat. For example, feet. But they are consumed in other parts of the world.
Feet,
and so
chicken feet.
chicken feet.
What do you do? What do you do with chicken feet?
You
spice them
gnaw
up
on
and
them.
put them in an oven and make little chicken feet French fries.
Oh boy.
But there's high demand in especially in Asian countries for that. If the ports are delayed and you can't actually hit your exports, you're talking about a profit issue for these chicken companies that already have disrupted production from weather events. So this is a very complex issue that's going to be facing the poultry industry over the next probably 6 months.
So if I'm a packaged goods company like General Mills or Mondelez or Smucker's, I got to think my costs are going to be going up if this thing lasts for a while. A, is that true? And B, can I pass that along to consumers? And oh boy, there's inflation again.
There's inflation. So to your question, Paul, the costs are going to go up. Some of the key ingredient crops, if you think about cocoa, you think about sugar, these are things where the prices have actually already been slightly elevated, especially for cocoa. Any kind of supply disruption leads to higher costs. And it's not just on the availability of the ingredients, it's that once they're here, the ability to move them from place to place gets more expensive. There's a domino effect that happens when there's a disruption at a port that then affects the trucking industry, it affects intermodal, it affects rail, and it's this cascade effect that adds costs throughout an entire supply chain for the packaged food companies.
And here's the next question. So let's say this goes on for like a week and then it resolves. How quickly does that start to move again?
Well, some of the estimates that I've heard from people talking to those involved in disruptions like this is that a week of strike will lead to a month of delays. Ooh. So it will take a full month to recover to get back to normal operations. And that's really because it's very efficient in terms of offloading these cargo containers at the docks. And so, you just end up with a big queue. And if you remember back in 2022, when there was so much disruption affecting the Westport coast, there were hundreds of ships sitting out in the water waiting for their turn to get to the dock to be unloaded. So it does take a good amount of time to catch up to where your operations return to normal.
All right, you cover Walmart as well, Jen. Is Walmart going to have all the Christmas presents I'm expecting to receive? Are they going to get that stuff?
Well, the good news is that some of that is already here. A lot of the bigger retailers, whether it's Costco, whether it's Walmart, whether it's Target, they have kind of been reading the tea leaves, and they saw that there was a potential for this to happen. So in some instances, they worked to bring in inventory early. And so there is some inventory that arrived ahead of schedule that will be there for the Christmas season. But again, depending on how long this lasts, part of the holiday season is that continuous replenishment and being able to get more product out to stores as it sells. So for those, for the items that were brought in early, as long as they already had warehouse capacity to store it, that's not a problem. If they didn't have warehouse capacity, you're talking about extra cost because they have to lease additional space for a short period of time. And what we saw, yeah, exactly. And what we saw when we had the delays in 2022 on the West Coast, not everything got here in time. And so then they had to hold it for a whole year till they could sell it again.
All right, Jen, you're going to stay on top of that for us. We know Jen Bartash is Senior Retail Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She, along with George Ferguson, who does follow the logistics companies, keeping us kind of up to date on kind of how this is playing out. Day 2 of the port strike on the East Coast and Gulf Coast of this country. Well, more coming up.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. It is Hispanic Heritage Month, and every day at this time we're celebrating significant moments in Hispanic heritage. Now with your installment for October 2nd, here is Bloomberg's Sebastian Escobar. Sebastian?
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. In this month in 2004, Puerto Rican reggaeton artist Daddy Yankee releases this iconic song. The song Gasolina fueled the global takeover of reggaeton, a Spanish-language genre that fuses elements of dancehall and rhythm with hip-hop. Last year, Gasolina became the first reggaeton song to be inducted into the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress. Now, 20 years later, the sounds of reggaeton have come to dominate Latin music, with musicians like Bad Bunny and Karol G releasing albums that debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 chart, the first Spanish albums to ever do so. And Daddy Yankee's Gasolina was a song that made it all possible. That's this month in Hispanic Heritage. I'm Sebastian Escobar.
Are you a, what is it, reggaeton?
Reggaeton fan?
Are you a reggaeton fan?
I am a reggaeton fan.
Nice.
Yes.
And who's your faves?
Bad Bunny's one of my favorites. J Balvin's one of my favorites.
All right.
Yeah.
Boy, you and Alex just
It is grown exponentially, 24% over the last year.
I know.
So huge.
You're talking to a guy who took Univision public. I know about that business. All right, good stuff there, Sebastian. Appreciate it. I tell you, one of the stocks that's just taken on the chin today is Humana, off 17% today. It's off 49% year to date, 52-week low. I read the Bloomberg reporting. I still don't understand it. Hopefully our next guest can explain it to me. Glenn Lusev, he is a senior equity analyst covering the healthcare services companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. Glenn, explain this to me like I'm a first grader. What happened to Humana this quarter?
Good morning, good afternoon. So basically, CMS, which is a government organization, sets some sort of thresholds on the type of the services managed care companies provide to its beneficiaries. Humana today came out with a preview stating that based on the CMS's preliminary data, it looks like the STARS rating, which is a quality rating for year 2025, will be much lower relative to current year 2024.
Why? Okay, why is it lower? Didn't it go from like a number like a 90 down to a 24%? Tell us what those numbers are and why it could be such a big drop.
So Humana estimates that the number of beneficiaries that they service included in 4 stars and higher plans will go from 94% in current year to 25% next year. But right now, Humana is also looking for more information from CMS to make sure that the calculations of the STAR ratings for next year have been correct.
So to that point, though, high star plans. So if it wasn't a Medicare, Medicaid thing, I would say, oh, okay, the gold star plans that we pay a lot of money into, that's what we're talking about. But if it's Medicare and Medicaid, what's the distinction there?
So, well, it has nothing to do with Medicaid. It's more with Medicare. And basically, the STARS rating is based on the number of thresholds in the care that the managed care company provides, and the care it provides, and the service, and the beneficiaries, how much beneficiaries like the plans the plans provide. So basically, it's care and quality. CMS sets standards, and sometimes plans miss those standards.
How common or how rare is it to see a number, the number go from 94 to 24? I mean, that seems a huge difference. How often or rare does that happen?
It happens. It happens relatively often, but the drop from 94% to 25% members is huge, which opens a possibility that there could be some sort of mistake in the calculation. We'll see. It usually takes 6 months to find out, but nevertheless, this is something that Humana has to deal with, for the next 6 months until we know for sure what's taking place.
All right, Glenn, thanks a lot. We appreciate that. Glenn Losev joining us. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Analyst for Healthcare Services. But nonetheless, it's a tough day for that stock. And
it just reinforces, my knowledge of the healthcare insurance industry, which is zero.
Right.
And it's
exactly.
The whole economics of the healthcare system. You could sit me down in a classroom for a semester and I still would not get it because I've read almost everything that's out there on it.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, isn't it like how much people pay premiums, and you need a lot of healthy rich people to pay for stuff to offset the other, and when that doesn't work out, then therein lies the problem for these guys. At the end of the day, it feels like that's 1 + 1 and that way equals 2.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, tough day for Humana. Stock down big, down 50% year to date, 52-week low for Humana. So again, that's going to have to be a reset there. Looking at the markets here, we're kind of turning a little bit of green here. The S&P's up 6 points, the Dow's up 70 points, NASDAQ's up 44 points here, and yields pushing a little bit higher. 10-year Treasury up about 5 basis points, 3.78%. Trying to tie in all that geopolitical risk that we have to deal with this week, and the tensions in the Middle East, the port strike. And we got a Fed, though, that's working on behalf of shareholders. One could argue with lowering rates. Balance of power. That's with Joe Matthew. He's down in Washington, D.C., I believe, or he could be here in New York.
No, I think he went back.
He went
here
back.
today.
All
No,
right,
they're
very
there
good.
now.
He's down in D.C. That comes up right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's the day after. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the political world recovers from the vice presidential debate, Iran's attack on Israel, and the start of a dock workers strike that has shut down ports up and down the East Coast. Coming up, we will mark this moment with pollster Frank Luntz. As well, Bloomberg opinion columnist Mark Champion, and our political panel today, Rick Davis, Bloomberg politics contributor, Republican strategist, alongside Kristen Hahn, Democratic strategist from Rock Solutions. It's all ahead after we check on Wall Street. Right now, Charlie Pellet back with us in New York on the markets. Charlie, how's it look?
And right now, Joe Matthew, we are looking at an update with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P right now higher by 6, gain now of just about 1/10%. We got the Dow up 61, gain also of 1/10%, while NASDAQ higher by 54 now, up by about 0.3%. The U.S. dollar strengthening, Treasuries unwound the previous day's gains following stronger than expected jobs numbers this morning. 10-year, 3.78%, the 2-year, 3.62%. We got spot gold trading lower, down $13 the ounce, 26.50, drop there of 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude, pairing some of its earlier gains, was trading above $70 a barrel on WTI. 70 even right now. A couple of seconds ago was trading beneath 70. Brent crude, the global benchmark, 73.71, up by about 0.2%. Well, it is the day after the CBS News vice presidential debate between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, and you heard it live on that special edition of Balance of Power last night. The economy, one of the number of topics to come up. Robert Casey is a senior analyst at Signum Global Advisors, and on surveillance this morning, he talked about Vance's performance.
He was really able, much more effectively than Trump did in the first presidential debate, to tie Kamala Harris to the economy and the border over and over and over, regardless of what the question was about. The answer was about Kamala Harris, the border, the economy, and how she has been vice president for 3.5 years and hasn't enacted what she's now promising.
Briefly, Tesla posting its first increase in quarterly vehicle sales this year. Tesla shares are trading lower, down by 2.9%. Stellantis' U.S. sales plunged 20% last quarter, the 5th consecutive decline. Stellantis is the parent of Jeep and Chrysler. Stellantis shares unchanged on the day. And after earnings, Nike now down by 5.8%. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington, late night for our Joe Matthew. Once again, here he is, your host, Joe Matthew.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Charlie. Late night and an early morning. We all managed to get back to the Capitol to be with you today here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, and you'll find our live stream. Yes, once again, connecting New York to D.C. This day after the big debate, as we're reminded, of course, of the natural disaster that we're trying to recover from in the southeastern states, and the campaign does turn its attention back there, beginning with the commander-in-chief himself, Joe Biden, traveling to South Carolina. He will move on to North Carolina, getting an operational briefing, an aerial tour of the damage from Hurricane Helene. Kamala Harris headed to Georgia. She'll get a briefing there as well, see the devastation left from the storm, knowing, of course, that Donald Trump was there just a couple of days ago here as we gauge the federal response. But, of course, that's just one of the major stories that made the backdrop for our debate last night. A massive natural disaster that, by the way, might end up pulling lawmakers back into town for a supplemental funding request. A remarkable moment as Iran attacks Israel for the second time directly in 6 months, and the start of a dock workers' strike. 45,000 workers off the job, ports are closed up and down the East Coast. It is not often that we have moments like this, now less than 5 weeks from Election Day. And I'm glad to say that we're joined by Frank Luntz. This is the voice we wanted on the day after. And of course, you know Frank from this program, politics communications consultant, poster, CEO of FIL Inc. Frank, it's great to see you. Welcome back. I want to ask your thoughts on the debate, but before I do that, your thoughts on this moment that we are in now, the significance of this many major stories impacting at once. It's going to take us a long time to unpack and understand this moment. What does it mean for voters?
But this is life, and I'm sorry that this is not the voice that I wanted to present to you, but I was up so late last night conducting the focus group, and your viewers, I hope, are going to have a chance to listen to it. This is life. This is who we are right now. Weather issues, political issues, global issues, economic issues, cultural and social issues, all hitting at the same time is basically what we're going through right now, and it's something you should become accustomed to. I even see the instability in the marketplace, why stocks are going up and down so quickly and so intensely. We use that word instead. I think this is going to be part of what America's like for the coming weeks, months, and even years. And that just as investors get used to instability and unpredictability, Americans are going to have to get used to it as well, because this is how we are living our lives in October of 2024.
So how do people make sense of this moment, and how does a pollster like yourself find any truth amid all the noise? You mentioned your focus group. You sat down with 14 people last night post-debate, I believe 4 of whom were women. They're looking down the barrel of this campaign right now with less than 5 weeks to go, and every day there's a shock in this news cycle that might turn your attention or your opinion one way or the other.
Well, I actually tell them to watch Bloomberg, listen to Bloomberg. There's not a shred of partisanship on this coverage, not a shred of ideology. It's simply, this is what happens, this is what you need to know, and this is how you can benefit from it. That's exactly what the public is looking for. And it's very tough to find since we are so polarized and so divided. And in fact, if I can refer back to that debate, there was a different tone last night. How many times did Governor Walz and Senator Vance refer to each other and say, I agree, or I understand that, or I have compassion for you? It's a different kind of discussion than we had with Trump and with Harris just a few weeks ago. Last night was the discussion the American people want to have. Last night they spoke about issues, they spoke about details, they gave you a good idea of who they were as vice president, and more importantly, what their administration would seek to accomplish. I thought it was so good for democracy. I thought it was something so constructive that I wanted to bring it to Bloomberg, because you'll all appreciate this. It's exactly what your viewers want to hear and see.
You tweeted, I saw this last night, this VP debate is a model of how political discourse should work. Of course, the first thing that we're supposed to ask coming off the debate is who won. And I know that you were asking your focus group that. It's a pretty lopsided result, Frank. What did you think?
Yes, it was very much for Vance. And Vance went in with a lot of doubts that, because one of the things we do, which is awesome, is that we ask people before the debate, what are your initial impressions? And let me be candid with you. The initial impressions of Senator Vance were quite negative, and there were people who were voting for Trump that did not like his vice presidential pick, and people who were voting for Harris because of Trump's vice presidential pick. And that was not the reaction throughout the debate. Every time there's a commercial break, I have the opportunity to seek out their point of view. So we listened to voters 55 minutes into the debate, and then again an hour and almost 30 minutes into the debate, and the conclusions were clear and almost universal. Number one, both candidates dealt with the issues and gave specifics. Number two, both candidates were forthcoming with answers to really tough questions. However, Walz fell short in being candid about issues such as inflation and about his previous service and what he would do with the border. Vance had the advantage. The only criticism of Vance was that he would not defend and would not articulate opposition to Donald Trump claiming that the 2020 election was stolen or rigged. Other than that, the public, and these are one-time undecided voters, gave Vance the edge because they thought he was more willing to deal with facts, more willing to be specific, and most importantly, more willing to set out exactly what needs to happen in the future rather than going back and relitigate what happened between 2016 and 2020.
Well, let's walk through a couple of these moments that you mentioned here, Frank. Indeed, Tim Walz had some trouble with a couple of questions early on that you would have expected that he would be prepared for, including this controversy over when he was actually in China and whether he was in Hong Kong at the time of Tiananmen Square. I just want to go back to the debate last night for that exchange, the way he handled that moment where he was given the opportunity to clean this up.
Just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests, went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
He had some trouble with that one, and I'm guessing that that's something that they worked on in prep, knowing that he was doing mock debates. Frank, I wonder your thoughts on that. And I saw another post on X last evening during the debate, that moment in which Tim Walz, for some reason, said that he was friends with school shooters. I guess he meant to say he'd become friends with victims of school shootings. Does this matter for the voter?
It doesn't. Voters are very forgiving. Voters believe in a term that I'll use for your listeners, grace, and they will allow people to make a misstep. But if they think that you're ducking the question, that is unforgivable when you're only 5 weeks away from the election. And they thought that Tim Walz was much more likely to duck the questions than J.D. Vance. And in particular, when you're talking about either immigration or national security or personal security, the idea that you aren't crystal clear and explicit, you'll get punished by the electorate. And that was his single worst moment of the debate. I didn't even know that that was his excuse. Sounds reasonable to me, but last night, the group that I was watching was really unforgiving that he would say such a thing. And this is what makes for a debate winner and a debate loser.
You mentioned 2020, Stop the Steal came up, and I think many saw this as the best moment for Tim Walz last evening. Here's how this went, the exchange between both candidates.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
Interesting reply there, Frank. Did J.D. Vance do damage to the ticket last night with that answer?
No, but it was not an effective answer. And the fact is, when J.D. Vance was asked to defend some of the more ridiculous comments that Donald Trump has made, that was not helpful to Vance. But Vance is a better defender of Donald Trump than even Trump is himself. Vance presents the context for every issue. He doesn't go crazy. He doesn't say things that voters listen and they think to themselves, what the hell? Donald Trump should be winning this election, to be clear, on the issue of inflation, which I call affordability, because that's what voters say, on the issue of immigration, which I refer to as personal and national security. On these two key issues, Trump has a distinct advantage. But Trump himself is his own worst enemy, is his own worst communicator. All you need to do on the Republican side, again, to defeat Donald Trump, to simply use his own words against him. And J.D. Vance last night gave a better defense, a full-throated, effective, articulate defense of the Trump campaign. If J.D. Vance was on TV like he was last night, every night for the next 33 days, Donald Trump would win. But he won't be. And in the end, Trump will demand to be the center of attention. He'll demand to be the focus of all the video, of all the cameras, of all the lights. And every time Trump does that, he loses votes. Conversely, Waltz was better than Harris because he was more specific than Harris. He was more detailed than Harris. He gave you more context than Harris, and he didn't waste time like Harris does deflecting the questions. So here we have a situation where both vice presidential candidates were superior to their presidential campaign. It's amazing to me, but it's also very uplifting because in the end, our focus group participants loved the tone, the contents, and the context of what they heard last night, and they thought it was an example of democracy at its best, which is the first time in 2024 that they've said anything like that.
Well, and again, I believe it was 12-2. Your panel, your focus group of 14 people, 2 votes for Tim Walz, 12 for J.D. Vance. What happened in the room? What did you hear from people during that exchange about 2020?
Well, here's the great thing is that I'm following the text, so they're making comments at the same time that I'm interviewing them. And as the debate is running, they're commenting in a chat box. And when they got to the 2020 election, almost to the person, they were disappointed. They were disillusioned by Vance's response. See, most Americans have moved on from 2020, and even though Vance wanted to do so, he should have looked straight in the camera and say, I accept the results. Now let's focus on 2024. He didn't do that. He probably didn't do that because Trump would have punished him for doing that. That said, it was not enough to tilt the participation of the focus groups, not enough to tilt them in the direction of Waltz, but it really was Vance's worst moment of the debate.
Yeah. I only have a minute left, Frank. You also made clear on Twitter and following your focus group that maybe these were the 2 candidates who should be at the top of the ticket, that they had more to offer than their running mates. Is that your takeaway?
It is, and it's not serious. It's obvious that there's the second fiddle. It's obvious that they're the warm-up act. But there's a message in that, which is we can do better than what we have. We don't have to have a horrific campaign. We don't have to tear each other apart and show disrespect and delegitimize and dehumanize the opposition. Last night we had a great debate, focused on content, told the American people where the candidates want to go, and it was productive and successful. And my only hope is the candidates, the presidential candidates, are listening and they raise their game. And they understand that they can make a positive difference versus their opponents.
You better believe they were listening. Frank, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for peeking out of one eye and doing this on fumes. Frank Luntz, CEO, FIL, the conversation you tuned in for right here only on Bloomberg.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P 500 index edging higher as the market fought to reverse yesterday's risk-off slump after tensions flared in the Middle East. We've got the S&P higher, little change now, up by 2 points. The Dow swinging between gains and losses, up now by 1 point. We've got NASDAQ up 40, an advance of 0.2%. 10-year yield 3.78%, with the 2-year 3.63%. Spot gold down 0.5%, 26.50 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 70.23 the ounce. New York Mayor Eric Adams may be charged with further counts in his corruption case, that according to prosecutors, adding, quote, "It's quite likely other defendants will be named." Recapping, S&P up now by 1 point. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. And once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet with his eyes on the markets every day here on Balance of Power as we bring you political coverage from Washington that you will only hear on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew. It's great to have you back with us. This day after the debate, we have made our way back to Washington. And of course, one of the first things that came up in that debate last night was the situation in Israel. This was only hours after Iran launched this attack that we experienced in real time on this program yesterday. It all happened within the confines of Balance of Power, the early edition. Nearly 200 missiles, not just the drones and rockets that we saw back in April, but a massive barrage of missiles, some of which broke through. And of course, again, Iran is now waiting to see what Israel is going to do in response. Israeli officials say they will launch what they're calling a significant retaliation to yesterday's missile attack, and Iran is threatening that if Israel responds with force, that it will attack again. So the question is the same one we were already asking. Is this the precipice of a wider war? A lot of people say this is the wider war. One of the first things that I read today, as we try to get our heads around what happened here, is the column by Mark Champion. I saw it in our Daybreak section on the terminal, and as soon as I started reading it, I couldn't stop, as he seeks truth here in what might come next. Mark writing here, the headline, "Iran missile strike was another strategic error," remembering the attack in April that I just mentioned here. Mark writes, "The intended message was clear. We don't want a real war, but if it comes to one, look what we can do." Now it might be a question about what Israel can show that it can do, whether this is an opportunity to degrade Iran's nuclear program or more. Mark Champion joins us right now from our London Bureau. Mark, it's great to have you. Thank you for bringing your opinion to us here on Balance of Power. What should Israel do next?
Well, that's a very good question. So, we know that they will respond. And so the only question is, in what way? And this is actually really a fateful moment because there is pressure, including from, the former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who's generally considered, much less hawkish than Prime Minister Netanyahu. He's saying they should go after the nuclear sites that Iran has, finally deal with this question of, preventing Iran from becoming a nuclear power. And Israel should go after its energy installations. If that happens, then we're moving into a potentially major war, and something on a different scale. When we have these tit-for-tat exchanges, and one side says, okay, we're now going to do something to you, it takes a number of days, they figure out what to do, they pick their targets and so on. That is very different from, an open declared war, and where things move very much faster and can spin out of control very quickly.
Yeah. Well, there's a question about what would be proportionate in this case. There's also a question about the role that the U.S. might play. We have learned from the Pentagon that there were 2 destroyers that helped to intercept and knock down about a dozen of these missiles that came from Iran, and we are poised to help Israel with whatever comes next. Where does the U.S. draw the line?
Well, I think at this point the U.S. is committed to support Israel, and they've accepted that this is going to be a significant response. Remember back in April, there was a big shower of Iranian missiles, not quite as many ballistic missiles that time, but more, other kinds, drones, cruise missiles, and so on. And the Israeli response was really just one very targeted attack to take out the air defenses, that were there to protect a nuclear facility, just to send a signal that they could send a few drones that would hit their target and say that this was a warning about going after the nuclear installations, whereas Iran, sent 300 missiles and basically hit nothing. So this time they will do much more. There'll be more assets, more targets, more missiles involved. That is whether or not they go after the nuclear installations, it's still going to put the Iranians into a very difficult corner where they have to make that decision. Do we respond again and escalate, knowing that we probably can't succeed in a war against Israel backed by the United States? Or do we just, absorb the hit and take the loss of face and the loss of deterrence and do nothing?
It's going to be interesting to see how much time this takes for us to find out. Are you giving up on a ceasefire with Hamas?
Well, at this point, yes. I think the ceasefire, efforts have been dead for quite some time. Neither side actually wants them. The U.S. does, everybody else outside. But the two players, which is the Israeli Prime Minister and Yahya Sinwar, who is running Hamas from Gaza, neither of them want it.
It's great to have you with us, Mark Champion. Come along more often. With us from our London bureau today and writing for Bloomberg Opinion, OPIN Go on the terminal. Find his column here today on what happened and what might happen next between Israel and Iran. As I mentioned, it was one of the first things that came up in the debate last night. We covered a lot of ground, a lot of different topics, including abortion. We knew that this would loom large in the CBS News vice presidential debate, and it did, with quite an exchange here between Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. Let's listen.
Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women.
I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. In the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust.
And on this day after, we're joined by Wendy Benjaminson, Bloomberg's Washington senior editor, of course, appears around this time every week, and we had to talk to Wendy after the debates. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, everyone wants to talk about winners and losers, and we can do that all day long. Sure. We spent some time with Frank Luntz on what he learned from his focus group. I guess I have a bigger picture question. I don't know if it matters who wins or loses a vice presidential debate. Was that exercise at all something that moves the needle in this campaign?
Probably not. I think, that what it serves to do is to help the vice presidential candidates' future careers. Lloyd Benson famously sort of ended Dan Quayle's career with the "You're no Jack Kennedy" line back a long, long time ago. And I think J.D. Vance comported himself well enough that he could present himself someday as a Republican presidential candidate.
Yeah, right.
So I think he did himself some good. I think Tim Walz, who has said he doesn't have presidential ambitions, just wants to work with Kamala Harris and then go back to Minnesota. It didn't matter as much that his performance was uneven. I think it was disappointing for some people because he was the most popular of the four of them. Yeah. He was this great guy, and he came out a little not ready for prime time, and it probably struck some people as odd.
Well, yeah, he certainly seemed nervous. Donald Trump indicated that in his real-time commentary. Yes. That was its whole own show. We can do something else on that later. But I wondered, was there an everyman appeal to that, or is there just no way to win when you look like you're nervous and searching for your words and unable to make a point?
Absolutely. Now, look, Donald Trump has rambled and ranted and, slurred his words plenty of times as part of his I'm authentic, I'm a real guy kind of thing. Whether it worked as well for Tim Walz, I'm not really sure. I know that he came off sympathetic, but J.D. Vance was so smooth, so, presenting Donald Trump's MAGA universe as this sort of reasonable place that any Republican would feel at home in. That was a daunting opponent.
Yeah.
It really was.
Everyone's got to beat up the moderators the next day. That's part of the job here, and I don't want to do that with you right now, but I am blown away about the things that we're not asked about. The war in Ukraine didn't come up in this debate after the protracted debate that J.D. Vance was involved in on Capitol Hill this year.
Absolutely.
The dock workers' strike was referred to there was no question about this massive economic event that we could be witnessing here.
And J.D. Vance could have done really well with that question because of the he could have said, spun it as economic problems for Kamala Harris ahead.
That's right. So some opportunities lost potentially for both candidates.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think there were a lot of questions that didn't get asked. I was pleased, though, as a viewer, just as a regular viewer, to see them talk about policy.
Okay.
I've seen some punditry this morning that, in Washington particularly, it's too bad they didn't beat each other up, they didn't call each other names, they didn't insult each other. I think most of America was probably pretty relieved about that. And I do think the sort of Midwestern nice that we saw between the two of them, where they were almost fawning over each other, maybe a harbinger of politics to come once Donald Trump is done.
So Frank Luntz was, as I mentioned, just on with us. He says what we saw last night were two superior candidates than their running mates.
That's an interesting take.
These two should actually be at the top of their respective tickets.
Well, maybe, I don't know about Tim Walz, but I don't think 2024 is the end of J.D. Vance, no matter what happens.
Well, that's for sure. So does Donald Trump have a problem with J.D. Vance looking so good in public?
Well, I was wondering that. I mean, was he so good, and is he getting such good reviews as opposed to Donald Trump's reviews after the last debate that he's irritated the boss? I mean, that's entirely possible that it will, as the reports keep coming in. Yeah, I mean, we don't know that he's going to do that. Certainly Trump hasn't said anything today like, gee, I really wish he'd blown it.
Right.
But, it's got to be stuck in his craw just a little bit.
Well, we're not going to get another debate, though, right? Is that the closing argument? So he won't be goaded into a debate.
It depends on the mood, right? I mean, if he thinks he can win, I think he would definitely do it. If he sees an opportunity where there's an issue that he can really, an issue or something that Kamala Harris has done that he could capitalize on, he might. But I don't know if he's going to after the reviews of his last debate, which were universally bad.
He's not doing 60 Minutes either, which I thought was really interesting. We've got less than a minute left, but they're doing their election special. And now he's apparently backed out. That will be an entire hour of Kamala Harris in primetime network TV. That's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know why he gave that to her. Maybe he thinks it'll be tougher questions than he gets on Newsmax or Fox or something.
Well, I'll be curious. I think Scott Pelley, they said, is going to explain what happened this weekend.
Well,
I'll be
fun to watch.
deeply curious to hear what that was all about. Anyway, hope you get some rest at some point, too.
Thank
Everybody's peeking out of one eye here today at Bloomberg, just like you. We were all up watching it. And big thanks, as always, to Wendy Benjaminson. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our panel coming up next. Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn on this day after, with much more to follow, live from Washington, right here on Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got stocks edging higher with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the green. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares just dipping lower. We'll call that unchanged, but just a little bit in the red right now with the S&P up 2, gain there of just under 0.1%. The Dow up 16, also an advance of just under 0.1%, while NASDAQ higher by 42. That's a gain of 0.2%. 10-year 3.78% with a 2-year 3.63%. Gold down $14 the ounce, 26.48, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 70.14 a barrel, up by 0.5%. Just getting word that OpenAI has completed a deal to raise over $6.5 billion in new funding, giving the AI company a more than $150 billion valuation and bolstering its efforts to build the world's leading generative AI technology. Recapping stocks higher, S&P right now up 2, a gain of just under 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington, day after the big debate. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Yes, indeed. The day after. Charlie, thank you so much. Keeping tabs on the markets as we cover politics in Washington, and we welcome you to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. Feels like it should be Thursday, but yesterday was one of those days. Distilling and unpacking what we saw and heard last night. So many Americans waking up today, learning about it on the doom scroll. I'd love to see the ratings. I'm sure they're going to be out soon in the next couple of hours here. You wake up on the Twitter and you start scrolling. And depending on who you follow, probably has a lot to do with who you thought won this debate last night or who seized the moment. Maybe this is the new separation. You go back to the Nixon-Kennedy debate. Remember, the people who heard it on the radio had a very different takeaway than those who saw it on TV. The eye movements, the body language, the flop sweat. Maybe that's the new difference we have now. You've got the old weirdos like us watching it live on TV or even listening to it live on the radio with one impression, hearing it or seeing it long form. And then you got everybody else who wakes up the next day letting social media cut it up and serve it up for them. A curious thought as the campaigns try to consider the best way to seize these moments, because that was it. We don't have another debate after this. Our panel is together. Rick Davis, somehow also awake today after our special coverage last night. Bloomberg Politics contributor, of course, partner at Stone Court Capital, joined today by Kristen Hahn, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions. Rick, you've had a couple of minutes, a couple of hours to think about this. Everyone seems to think that J.D. Vance had the edge on Tim Walz last night. But when you back up and consider all the different ways that people are interpreting this, some folks only see Tim Walz questioning him on the results of the 2020 election. Is it even possible to say who carried the day?
Yeah, I think that all told, I thought that the tone of the debate was the big winner. I mean, everybody I've talked to, and it's a sample size that's very small. It's not a Frank Luntz focus group, very non-scientific. People are amazed that two people at this level of the political discourse could stand there, shake hands at the start, have a decent conversation about policy issues by and large, introduce their wives to one another, and call it a night without a diatribe on nicknames or making up stuff out of the whole, out of the blue sky. I mean, it really was kind of a throwback to a finer day. No flop sweat involved, as you point out, but both of the candidates comported themselves well, and they actually got along in the process. And these are two people who have absolutely no reason to get along. I mean, like, we saw the old Tim Walz, the Congressman Tim Walz, who had a lot of great friends on the Republican side, and we saw the pre-MAGA J.D. Vance, who, had a point of view that was pretty rational and talked about his bio, which is a great American story, and really didn't fall into the decay that we saw in both of the previous Donald Trump presidential debates. And so I think the debate won. I mean, like, people, I think, will now look differently at the next time presidential candidates debate, saying, gee, maybe it'll be more like that VP debate back in 2024.
Well, I guess we can call that a win for everybody. Did J.D. Vance Though beat Tim Walz last night, that seems to be the takeaway this morning. In terms of his performance, we can talk about policy points all day long, but in terms of being relaxed, articulating his point, seeming to master what he was talking about, does he deserve the win?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think J.D. Vance was extremely skilled at what he did last night. He was able to weave in and out of issues that he didn't, the thornier ones he deflected, and the ones he wanted to lean into, he did successfully. He was articulate. He mixed his bio in with policy issues. And so I think that there's a great future for J.D. Vance coming off of this debate as a rising star of the Republican Party, which is different than going into the debate, which was a falling star in the Republican Party. So he halted his own decline, and I think bought himself a look in the future after this session. But I don't think it has really much impact on the presidential race. In other words, this is who he was supposed to be, right? And we've had 2 bad months of J.D. Vance, and now we got 1 good night, and I think that's enough to sort of rehabilitate himself. But he's got to mind his P's and Q's for the rest of the campaign.
Okay. I mentioned their exchange about the results of the 2020 election. Some voters were pretty turned off by this. I didn't know if it would come up last night, Rick, but of course, Tim Walz was the one who went there. Let's listen.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
Rick, people remember January 6th. People remember Stop the Steal. People remember the perfect call. Was that answer enough?
No, I think that this was really the saving grace in the debate for Tim Walz. And the fact that he pursued it and is a testament to his doggedness. Look, we know that democracy, different forms of asking the question, rank almost as high in some states as the economy, which is the #1 issue. And so it's not a small issue. It's not a throwaway. It happened at the end of the debate. I don't know how many people were still watching, but as you point out, this has all gone viral. You would think this was the most important moment of the debate that I've seen in the news today. And he actually caught J.D. Vance in the squeeze of MAGA, where, J.D. Vance, given any other year, would have said, of course, Joe Biden won the election, and there was no effort to steal. And yet, because he's on the ticket, he's going to give us a different answer. And so I do think that it probably doesn't hurt J.D. Vance because he did what his boss wanted him to do. Donald Trump did not want him to say anything short of the election was stolen. And I think Walz held him accountable for it. So I think both of them sort of served their masters well, and I think it advantaged Walz on this one because certainly the American public aren't buying the Stop the Steal, and Walz gets credit for having really put Vance in a difficult position. I mean, look, Vance, tried to get off of the question by going into sort of his techno, crypto kind of talk that, he's very skeptical of Silicon Valley and tried to move it that way, but nobody was falling for it, right? And so I think in that case, he flopped.
Well, it's time to add the voice of Kristen Hahn to the conversation. I'm delighted that Kristen is with us, Democratic strategist, partner, Rock Solutions. I want to know what's going on in your head here, Kristen, this day after, knowing that and we've started our conversation here with a pool of people who watched it live, and probably a much larger pool of people watching highlights from this thing caught up on social media, including that moment where Tim Walz tried to pin J.D. Vance down on the 2020 election. But broadly, does J.D. Vance deserve the win?
I think I would probably call it a draw. I do think, though, if you're talking about moments in these debates, and so much of this is about moments that the campaigns then can use to communicate with voters, to help people consume information. They're in kind of these smaller sound bites. So if you're looking at it from that vantage point, the moment of the debate was when Tim Walz looked at J.D. Vance and said, do you believe that the election was stolen? That was the moment. And you know that because the Harris campaign has already turned that into a campaign ad. But overall, I think, it was very nice, very cordial. I think that everybody did what they came there to do. I think sometimes it may have been a little too nice because there were some just flat out falsehoods. I think it was good that Tim Walz called J.D. Vance out on just the flat out lies about the ACA. I mean, I was working on the Hill during the ACA and I just my jaw dropped. There was a lot of revisionist history there. So I think, probably a draw. I don't think it's going to really impact people's votes one way or another.
We should note, actually, I'm sure Rick Davis noticed that John McCain has gotten a shout in all 3 of the debates now, remembering that fateful night with the thumbs down. Kristen, talk to me more about Tim Walz's performance. He was clearly a bit nervous out there in the lights for the first time. He was reaching for his words. He had trouble answering some questions like his visit to China. There were questions about the date upon which he was there, having said he was in Hong Kong for Tiananmen Square. Is he ready for the primetime national stage after what you saw last night?
I think he is. I mean, he kept talking about his experience, in Congress as governor, of Minnesota, and he's got what it takes. And I think that's a really intimidating, scene to walk into. Clearly, J.D. Vance is very polished. He said he was taught to do that his whole life, even though he's lying half the time that he's speaking to an audience of one in Donald Trump. But I think Tim Walz really came into his own. And the way he communicates with voters, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, clearly J.D. Vance did what he needed to do, and he's good in that type of venue. What he's not good at is the retail politics and actually talking to voters and talking to people. I mean, there are all these cringy scenes of him, trying to get donuts and trying to actually interact with people. And that's just not really his strong suit. So I think when it comes down to it and actually governing, Tim Walz is the clear choice here.
How does Donald Trump react to this, Rick? There's been some question about whether he wants to see J.D. Vance sucking up the oxygen, being called the nice guy, relating with voters. Are we going to get a barrage of Donald Trump the next couple of days to remind us who's at the top of the ticket?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll react in some way. He hates that other people around him get a lot of attention, and Vance is getting a lot of attention today, positive attention. So even though it's good for his campaign, it's probably bad for his very fragile ego. But at the end of the day, the question is, what is Donald Trump going to do next? I mean, the last 2 events he's done have been incoherent. I mean, when you actually listen to what he's talking about, great crowds, beautiful backdrops in the right states, and he makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. He's not talking about any of the issues on the campaign trail. His campaign's extremely frustrated with him. And so I'm looking at the next event, and I'm not exactly sure when it's going to be. It's not totally clear to me where he's going to show up next on the schedule. I was looking around for it today because I'm keen to tune in and see where he goes here. Does he talk about the debate? Does he get back on message? Is he going to try and really focus? And I think that's going to mean a lot more than what happened last night.
I don't think we're going to get another debate, Kristen. How about you? Does Donald Trump find himself goaded into one more round with Kamala Harris this month?
I think you never know with him. I mean, I would say, 60-40, we don't have another debate, but, Donald Trump, nothing really makes sense with him. So, if he hears enough people around him talking about how, J.D. Vance outshone him on the debate stage, who knows? I mean, we could have another Trump debate.
Just imagine the possibilities. Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn are a great panel today. They'll be back in our second hour with a lot more to talk about here the day after the debate. Also against the backdrop of the dock workers' strike that was not asked about, strangely, in the debate last night, along with the war in Ukraine. But we're also keeping tabs on what is happening this day after as well in Israel, remembering yesterday's attack right at this time by Iran. And in our next hour, we're going to have a few more voices to add to this, including Alex Vatanka, director of the Iran program, senior fellow of the Black Sea program at the Middle East Institute. We'll also be joined by Congressman Seth Moulton, the Democrat from Massachusetts. Of course, a combat veteran Marine will be with us with very strong feelings about U.S. support for Israel and the way Israel is comporting itself in fighting these Iranian proxies. It's all ahead right here on Bloomberg as we add our global television audience to the conversation and the stylings of Kayleigh Lyons. She made her way back to Washington from New York as well, so stay with us here. Hour 2 of Balance of Power is on the way right here on Bloomberg.
Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris head for the storm zone. Welcome to the fastest show in politics this day after the vice presidential debate with Joe Biden in the Carolinas, Kamala Harris in the swing state of Georgia, where the long recovery from Hurricane Helene is now underway. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kayleigh Lyons in Washington. We've made our way back from New York, of course, the site of last night's debate With Kaylee, both campaigns now trying to capitalize on what took place last night.
Indeed, it's not clear based on the spot polling after the debate if there was an abundantly clear winner. Maybe J.D. Vance had the edge, was able to win some people over, with what was a much more civil and respectful debate than I think many people were bracing themselves for. This was like old school pre-2016 politics on display.
Hearing more about that than anything that was actually said. The fact that they were nice to each other, shook hands, and actually agreed on a couple of things. Maybe that's our takeaway this morning.
Yeah, I think the other takeaway is not even just what they did discuss, because there were many substantive policy discussions that took place on that stage last night, but what they did not, what they weren't asked about, the war in Ukraine, Tim Walz's military record, Hurricane Helene, where of course the aftermath of is what Biden and Harris are focusing on today, was only asked about through the lens of climate change. And it was just interesting discourse, or perhaps lack thereof, on certain subjects.
Never mind this massive work stoppage, 45,000 dock workers on strike, and the potential for an economic interruption. And there was not a question framed around that either. I think in the end, though, nobody's casting votes based on vice presidential debates. We've certainly heard that more than once, but we definitely saw a different side of both of them.
Yeah, we definitely did. And if the first rule was to do no harm, not clear that any harm was done last night. The question is, was any help given to the people at the top of their tickets? So we'll have much more throughout this hour here on Balance of Power. But first, we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. Charlie Pellet is up in New York. You missed us yet, Charlie?
Absolutely. I loved having you guys here in New York, and I'm trying to do the math, how you guys got back to D.C. You were here late last night. You moved out of here early in the morning. We'll talk about that a little later on. Stocks right now doing no harm. We have got the Dow, the S&P, both in the red right now. We've got NASDAQ advancing. Right now looking at a 5-point drop on the S&P 500 index, essentially perhaps just holding in place ahead of the jobs report Friday. The Dow now lower by 35, down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 4, gain there of just under 0.1%. 10-year 3.78%, with the 2-year 3.63%. Gold down $13 the ounce, down 0.5%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, $70.10 a barrel on WTI. OpenAI has completed a deal to raise over $6.5 billion in new funding, giving the artificial intelligence company a more than $150 billion valuation and bolstering its efforts to build the world's leading generative AI technology. Tesla posted its first increase in quarterly vehicle sales this year. Tesla shares are trading lower, down now by just about 4%. Again, recapping, we do have U.S. equities trading lower, with the S&P down now by 6 points, a drop there of 0.1%. Day after the big debate, Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. I emphasize Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Good to be reminded.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. It's like the Amazing Race, Joe. You never know where you're going to find us, how quickly we can get
Where's
there.
the prize? I'm still looking for it.
We'll have to ask management about that one. But of course, there was a reason why we did this. We were in New York yesterday, where all of the surrogates had gathered for the vice presidential debate, the first and only one of its kind of this 2024 election cycle, and also very likely the last kind of debate of any kind that we will see before Election Day on November 5th, because I would remind everyone here on Bloomberg TV and radio, there is no second presidential debate scheduled, and it's not clear whether the performance of the running mates last night would have changed any minds of their presidential counterparts on the ticket as to whether or not they wanted to share a stage again.
And now it's back in the field, certainly for Kamala Harris to Georgia today. Joe Biden in the Carolinas surveying damage, getting briefed on the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. They don't wait around too long after a night like that to try to seize the news flow. By the way, producer Matt says the prize is Representative Seth Moulton. We should let everyone know the congressman from Massachusetts will be with us in just a moment. Indeed. First, our conversation with Laura Davison, of course, Bloomberg politics editor, who had a late night as well. Laura, it's good to see you here at the table. Now that we've had a little bit of time to distill what we saw and heard, J.D. Vance is getting a lot of credit for his performance last night. Does it matter who won, though, when we're talking about a vice presidential debate?
You know, I saw a chart. It was a joke, but I'll note it was a Venn diagram of, people who watched the debate and undecided voters, and it was 2 circles. There was no overlap there. So this probably didn't do a lot to change hearts and minds. It probably did help Vance a little bit on the fundraising front. He's been one of the key people out fundraising for Trump, and the image of himself he presented is a much more palatable version of Trumponomics economics to voters, to Wall Street, to donors in particular. So, he maybe, helped burnish his image a little bit, but whether this makes a difference on the 10,000 voters in Pennsylvania that matter, probably not.
Well, and if we're assuming that there was a decent chunk of the American electorate that did not watch all 90 minutes of this last night, they may see, though, what was clipped in the aftermath, including the exchange between Tim Walz and J.D. Vance over January 6th and whether or not Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, which J.D. Vance would not say yes or no to. He said, "Tim, I'm focused on the future." Is that the moment of this debate that is going to have the longest shelf life?
Certainly in the coverage this morning, that has been the clip that has come out the most. And notable that it is in just the final minutes of a 90-minute debate. Walz, seemed to struggle a little bit in the first 30 minutes in particular until the conversation turned to abortion, which really is his and the Harris campaign's strongest issue. But when you don't have a lot of people watching the full 90 minutes, and you have people picking up 30 seconds here and 30 seconds there on social media, that makes a difference.
That's fascinating to me, though, and it makes a difference in their overall impression of what happened last night. Some of us old people stayed up and watched it live, and it was appointment viewing, and we have our ideas. The internet brings a completely different, it's like going back to the radio versus TV thing in Nixon Kennedy. Now, I guess the internet's the new TV. If that's the only way you consume the debate, you might have walked away, thought Tim Walz won. You have a completely different impression of people who saw it live.
And remember, too, that when people are watching online, they're seeing, information that the algorithm is feeding toward them.
Sure,
so it really, is very much a dichotomy of, who is seeing what. But it probably does help, get people, either more excited about voting or, potentially fired up to donate or get their friends out to vote.
It was interesting, and Joe and I were discussing this just a few minutes ago, the kind of subjects that weren't broached by the moderators that the candidates had to bring up organically or just didn't have a chance to address at all. Ukraine was one of them. There also was the conversation around Hurricane Helene, in which the Southeast is still recovering from, may take quite a while, only asked about through the lens of climate change, with the lack of clear answers perhaps on the part of J.D. Vance and possibly Tim Walz as well on that front. But Hurricane Helene is what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are focusing on today after fielding a lot of criticism from the Trump campaign for not going to those affected by the disaster sooner than this.
Yeah, Trump was there early. He was there on Monday in Georgia, some of the less affected areas. Biden today will be in the Carolinas, which has really gotten the brunt of the damage and the loss of life. I will note that Trump criticized Harris for being in California fundraising instead of focusing on the hurricane over the weekend. Today, Trump is fundraising in Texas. So there's a little bit of a tit for tat there. But this is going to be a potentially defining issue for the election. You have two swing states that are affected. There's already questions in North Carolina about, how people are going to be able to vote, polling places affected, polling workers affected, mail-in ballots, et cetera.
Yeah, the turnout question and the ground game question is massive. And of course, you want to address the humanitarian impact first before you really breach the political one, but it could be incredibly real.
No, that's absolutely right. In fact, it's in this hour that Joe Biden's expected to arrive in South Carolina on the first stop, and we'll let you know how he's making his progress through the South today. Kamala Harris in Georgia once again.
Yeah, Bloomberg's Laura Davison, politics editor for us. Thank you so much. And as we consider what has happened domestically in just the last few days, not just the hurricane, but also the dock worker strike, that has not been all the news cycle has brought us as this campaign enters its final 5 weeks. Also news from the Middle East, as Iran yesterday launched 180 missiles at Israel. Those were largely intercepted, but this is something that was talked about on the debate stage last night. It was the very first question that was fielded by Walz and Vance, and this is some of what Senator Vance had to say.
Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies and, God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world.
So for more on what's happening in the Middle East and the policy surrounding it, we turn now to Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, who is, of course, a veteran and a member of the House on Armed Services Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us. We heard that kind of notion, not just from J.D. Vance, but many Republicans yesterday as the attack was ongoing and in its aftermath, the suggestion that it could have been a result of this administration being too soft on Iran. Is there any validity in that?
No, I mean, let's just go back in time a minute to the Trump administration and understand what their policy did. They pulled out of the nuclear agreement, which not only kept Iran over a year away from a bomb, but gave us very tight surveillance on exactly what they were doing. So even if you're someone who just believes that we ultimately need to strike them militarily, we had the intelligence back then to know exactly where to hit them. But Trump pulled out of that deal. As a result, Iran accelerated its nuclear program so that now they're within just a few weeks of producing a bomb. And Trump replaced that program, that deal, with what he called a maximum pressure campaign. And his Secretary of Defense testified before our committee on the Hill. He said there were 3 goals of the maximum pressure campaign. 1, to keep them away from building a nuclear weapon. 2, to force them to the negotiating table to get a better deal. And 3, to reduce their support for other militias in the region. On all 3 counts, Trump's plan failed miserably because they're way closer to making a bomb. They were pushed further away from the negotiating table, and we've seen the effects of their support for militias in the region. So the reality is that our Iran policy is in tatters because of Donald Trump, not because of the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, I wonder, Congressman, and welcome back, what you think Israel's next move should be. They're promising a significant response to what happened yesterday, and I just wonder your thoughts here. As a combat veteran Marine, what would be considered proportionate? What would be appropriate? I know that the Biden administration is trying to contain this, but should Israel not strike at Iran's nuclear program?
Well, Joe, proportionate and appropriate are really important questions here, not just for Israel, but for the United States, because let's be clear, we do not want to get drawn into a war in the Middle East with Americans fighting and dying and taking our eye off the ball in the Pacific, where our #1 national security threat, something that Democrats and Republicans agree on, is with China's threat to Taiwan. So how do we achieve that while also sending Iran a very strong message that they can't just shoot 180 ballistic missiles at Israel, a close ally of ours, with impunity? So there has to be a response, but it has to be a response calibrated correctly to send a very strong, definitive message to Iran, but also not start a war that involves the United States. I remember back to decisions we made in Iraq, where when my Marine unit first showed up in Najaf, a town that had been controlled by the Army had this uneasy truce with the militants that allowed them free reign in parts of the city. We thought that was totally unacceptable. So we initially made a huge show of force with our patrols right into places the Army refused to go, in part to draw out the militants, to make them attack us so that then we could respond, have a fair fight, and ultimately finish them off. That's an example of where we wanted to provoke a response. In many ways, this is kind of the opposite. You want to send a very clear message to Iran, but ultimately it's a message of deterrence, not something that provokes a wider war that's not in Israel's interest nor in the interests of the United States.
President Biden was asked as he was boarding the plane bound for South Carolina today, Congressman, if he would support an attack on Iran's nuclear sites. He answered no. Is that because it is too great of a provocation?
Well, that's the question, really, and we have intelligence estimates that can try to get at this. What would Iran's response be if we tried to take out their nuclear facilities? Actually, the most important question that we have to ask is how quickly would they reconstitute their nuclear capabilities, and would they then just go right to producing a bomb, whereas up until now, even though they're very close, they have the weapons material to produce a bomb, they haven't actually built a nuclear weapon. That's a really important question, because I get the fact that it sounds like a great opportunity here, just bomb their nuclear program into oblivion. But what happens next really matters. And if what happens next is that they very quickly reconstitute their program, but actually then have live nuclear weapons because they say, okay, we learned our lesson, we're not going to let this happen again, then we've actually taken a step backwards. And that's why the president is being very careful about advising Israel on whether or not to target their nuclear program, as opposed to all sorts of other targets like the ballistic missile program that was actually used against Israel for this response.
Congressman, we had a recent conversation with you about stolen valor and some of the criticisms or accusations against Tim Walz misrepresenting some of his military service record. I expected this was going to come up in the debate last night. These are charges that J.D. Vance has repeatedly leveled against Tim Walz, and we never went there. And I just wonder what your thought was, if that might be what we call progress at this current moment in American politics.
Well, I'm an optimist, Joe, and I'd like to say that's progress because the debate last night, if there's one thing you can say about it, it was actually quite respectful. And that's the kind of political dialogue that we should see in the United States of America. Now, there were a lot of things that J.D. Vance said that were simply untrue. I'd love to get not only to respectful, but to truthful when we have a debate. But the fact that they didn't just attack each other's service was certainly heartening to, I think, many of us veterans who were watching last night.
Well, I think a lot of us were surprised by the true political conversation, substantive policy conversation that these two seem to be having. But there was not just a military service thing that was avoided on the stage, and maybe that is to the benefit of the American people, but other subjects as well, like the ongoing war in Ukraine. There wasn't even a direct question asked about policy when it comes to China, though the candidates did work that into some of their answers about other subjects. As we have these foreign policy conversations surrounding the Middle East, was there something missing last night, Congressman? Did the American people need to hear from, say, J.D. Vance what his views were on Ukraine?
Look, I think there's a lot missing because even though presidential elections are almost always focused primarily on domestic issues, that's usually how presidents win elections, this is an incredibly dangerous time for us in the world. And we've got this conflagration in the Middle East that could explode overnight into an all-out war drawing in the United States. Xi Jinping could choose to invade Taiwan any day, which would literally start World War III. I mean, we're talking about war games that predict this goes nuclear. So everybody in the world would be affected by a war in the Pacific. And of course, we have an ongoing conflict in Ukraine that's absolutely devastating, not only to the Ukrainian people, but to economies around the world and to, it's a real threat to the future of NATO. Donald Trump is on Putin's side with Ukraine. Let's not mince words. He is on Russia's side in their war of aggression. He refused to even say in his own debate whether he wanted Ukraine to win. I mean, this is unbelievable. And yes, J.D. Vance should have been asked to answer that question and explain this horrendous, really traitorous policy that he and his boss have when it comes to the war in Ukraine and the threat that it poses to all of Europe. So that's a very important topic, and I sure wish we got into it last night.
Indeed. A couple of other things I wish we'd heard more about. Congressman, it's good to see you. Thanks for helping us understand and distill what we saw and heard last evening. Seth Moulton, the Democrat from Massachusetts, beaming in loud and clear in the city of Boston on 92.9 FM, our new signal in Boston. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We'll assemble our panel next, Kaylee, with takeaways from last night. Not so much about who won or who lost, but whether this left a dent or made any impact on the campaign.
And what further catalyst might there be if there is no other debate after this? We have less than 5 weeks to go. We'll have more next here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P moving lower. NASDAQ trading little change right now. Bottom line here, stocks trading water with the S&P down 5, drop there of 0.1%. Dow Industrials also down 0.1%. The Dow now lower by 24 points, while NASDAQ is up by just about 1 point. 10-year at 3.78% with a 2-year 3.63%. Gold down $15 the ounce, down 0.6%. 26.48 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude trading above 70 at 70.21. Right now we've got crude WTI up 0.5%. Brent, the global benchmark, up at 73.91 a barrel, up now by about 0.5%. So again, recapping, the S&P down 6, drop there of 0.1%. Humana shares plunging by 11.9%, plummeting the most in 15 years after the insurer suffered a drop in Medicare Advantage quality ratings, posing a drastic threat to revenue. Again, Humana plunging now by 11.7%. Israel says 8 of its soldiers have been killed in clashes with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, the first casualties it has suffered in an expanding ground incursion amid fears of a spiraling conflict with Iran. Again, recapping, S&P down 6, drop there of 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew, back in Washington after yesterday's vice presidential debate in New York, where we were as well. But now it's the day after the debate, and the candidates once again are on the move, including Kamala Harris, heading to Georgia today to survey in part the aftermath of Hurricane Helene in that critical battleground state. Joe Biden, for his part, is viewing the aftermath as well. He should be touching down any minute now in Greenville, South Carolina. He will then head to North Carolina later today. And Joe, we just heard from the White House press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre that tomorrow he will make his own trip to Georgia as well as Florida.
Yeah, I guess they'll be crisscrossing essentially through the southeastern states, and remarkable to think that all of this happened in 2 of the most important swing states that will decide this election, with a lot of questions about voter turnout, ballot access, and so forth. They're actually gaggling on Air Force One right now. Karine Jean-Pierre and Alejandro Mayorkas, of course, the Homeland Security Secretary, talking about the president's need to interact with individuals. He's going to be meeting with first responders, state, local police. When he gets to South Carolina, we'll do an aerial tour of North Carolina. And Kaylee, we're sending 1,000 soldiers, it seems, to help with the recovery effort as well. All this emerging on Air Force One today.
Yeah, and of course that recovery effort is still ongoing. While we know that nearly 200 people have been killed by this storm, there are still hundreds unaccounted for, and the repair work needed for transit infrastructure and the like to get these people clean food or clean water and the food that they need, all of that could take some time still.
Clean water is going to be a major factor as we work our way through this. Let's assemble our panel as they consider the political optics behind all of this. Rick Davis, of course, is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist, and partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Kristen Hahn, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions here in Washington. Rick, what's your thought on this? The potential opportunities and pitfalls that come with staging political optics around a natural disaster. Everyone's going to get their chance. Trump was in Georgia on Monday. Now it's Biden and Harris.
Yeah, well, I think you start with Biden, and that is he is the most empathetic president we've had in a long time. I mean, he can connect with people who have had issues. He's had a lot of practice doing it as both senator, vice president, now as president. And so I would anticipate that he is a positive force in all this. He'll connect with folks on the ground on this trip, make the right comments about support, and frankly, do the job. You know, he's got a day job being president of the United States, and handling these kinds of disasters is probably one of the most important things he could do as president. I think it's a real test for Kamala Harris. You know, we haven't seen her in this role that often, and she's now going to be front and center. How she connects with people, what she says off the stump when she's in these situations. She has to be able to show empathy, caring, a resolve to improve the situation of these people who have been under so much stress, and take action. I mean, action is something I think that goes underrated. I think Donald Trump gets credit for being action-oriented. See, you'll point over to the truck. This truck has stuff that everybody needs here today that I brought. Action. What he lacks is empathy. And so I think that'll be a big contrast this week and see how it shakes out.
Well, Kristen, as we consider the different responses we may get from the candidates, it's also worth pointing out that Donald Trump did get there first. He was in Georgia earlier this week, days before Harris or Biden will make their presence known. Obviously, we heard from the administration that they did not want to go to these affected areas until it was not going to be disruptive for them to do so. But optically, are they arriving too late?
I don't think so. I mean, as Rick said, they both have day jobs. And when you're moving around the president and the vice president, it's just incredibly disruptive. So, I think that Kamala is a very, when you see her on in these moments where she's interacting with people, I think she's got the right kind of demeanor. And I think that ultimately she will demonstrate that she, can be this person, can be this president. I mean, Biden is like Rick said, it's one of his strong suits. But I immediately thought back to, Puerto Rico and President Trump, being on the ground even when, maybe it was a little bit too early. Some say yes, no, but throwing paper towels at people, he doesn't play that role, and we've seen him in that role and fail at it miserably. So while he may be action oriented, I think this is time when Kamala Harris should shine.
Well, of course, it was the running mate's turn last night, and we've been trying to better understand the impact, if there was any, from this vice presidential debate. And we'd love both of you to weigh in on this. Bring you back to an interesting moment. Remembering the rules, or at least those that were agreed upon here with CBS, were a bit different than what we had seen. Microphones were to be unmuted. They did actually end up muting the mics at one point. And the moderators were not to fact check. At least that's what had been reported. The CBS was going to leave this up to the candidates. It didn't end up working out that way, as we'll remind you now.
Just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on.
Okay, awkward at best as we're talking about the matter in Springfield. Remember Ohio eating cats and dogs and the rest of it. Rick, what does it say when we've gotten to this point where it's okay for a politician to comfortably push back on the idea of being fact-checked? Shouldn't they welcome it?
I don't think we're in an era where truth prevails. So if you have a slippery slope on truth, then no, people don't want to be fact-checked. And this kind of fell into the category of, we have a different version of the truth, the old Kellyanne Conway line, right? And can there really be a different version of the truth? Yeah. I mean, they're either, these immigrants are either there under legal protected status or they're not. It doesn't matter how they got the legal protected status, which is what J.D. Vance was saying. I actually would argue that the more he talked, the worse it was for him to try and explain legal protected status for an for an immigrant under the law. So look, I mean, it was a sloppy debate. The moderators did things they said they weren't going to do, as you pointed out, and I think that opened it up for the contestants to do whatever they want to do. And obviously, that didn't add to a positive discourse. That being said, I thought it was a minor disturbance and otherwise a pretty sanguine debate.
Yeah, it was largely civil, pretty respectful. They shook each other's hands. They agreed with each other frequently, frankly, throughout the debate. Kristen, I think a lot of people were expecting that you perhaps could see some more fire on the stage than we actually got. And instead, what we saw, at least on the part of J.D. Vance, was putting an attempt to put real substance behind some of the policy issues that we hear Donald Trump just kind of floating at rallies, putting out there, trying to explain the view of the ticket when it comes to the economy and hit home the message that we've heard Donald Trump kind of touch on, perhaps to varying degrees of success, that if Kamala Harris were going to be able to address the economy, address the border, address all of these things, she had the opportunity to do so over the last 3.5 years. Is Vance now the effective messenger for the Trump campaign? Does that give you cause to worry, what you saw from him on the stage last night?
I mean, beyond him just lying and good, the fact that they are so blatant about not wanting the facts to be out there, and I leave it to a very accomplished journalist to say, no, they're not illegal, aliens. And so I appreciated that, actually. I think the way that this whole debate, went down, I think that, J.D. Vance, I'd say unfortunately from my side, but he takes the policies of the Trump campaign and makes them seem normal. He's very good at this. He's very polished. So it can be very concerning to Democrats that you have somebody that's not like Donald Trump. He's not, taking the bait. He's not going to rallies and going on in incoherent ways for, hours on end. He's espousing the same dangerous policies, but saying it in a way that I think, could really relate to people. He's a good-looking guy. He delivers it in the right way. I think where he really had some trouble was on the issue of abortion. They do not have an answer for that. I think he came off as weak. Tim Walz clearly, Democrats have a clear message on this. The Republicans are trying to play it on both sides, and they haven't been successful. But, he is a good messenger.
Well, indeed, Rick, I wonder if we're going to see more of J.D. Vance after what took place last night. If you were running that campaign, would you not want him out in front of the cameras, essentially sanding down the edges, as we keep hearing from analysts this morning on Trump policies and statements?
Yeah, I think it's a new potential weapon in the arsenal of the Mar-a-Lago team. I would definitely move him around the media more. I think his shtick on the campaign trail has been to get into sort of combative exchanges with the media, but I think more long form kind of interviews where he can do exactly what you've just been describing, sort of take the sharp edges off of the MAGA movement, is very helpful to the campaign. Now, I would say it's not very helpful to the base. I mean, the base doesn't want to hear all this sort of, Chamber of Commerce version of Donald Trump, right? They want the fire and brimstone, bring back Donald. She's a communist. You didn't see that last night. My guess is if you took a poll in MAGA world, they'd say, oh, yeah, the guy was okay, but kind of a flake, right? I mean, squish, all those terms we used to, refer to people as, who weren't like hardcore conservatives.
All right, Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn, our political panel, on this day after the vice presidential debate. Thank you both so much for joining us as we consider what's going to come next, because that was it. No more scheduled debates in this cycle, Joe. No more for sure known events. Well, we'll see multiple candidates sharing a space between now and November 5th.
What do we do for the next 5 weeks? Wait for the October surprise. You know it's coming. We'll have more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Little change for the S&P 500 index. We got stocks meandering ahead of the jobs report Friday. Right now, the S&P is down 4, drop there of just under 0.1%. The Dow lower by 9, little change there as well. NASDAQ holding on to a 9-point gain, has been swinging between gains and losses, but up now by just under 0.1%. 10-year at 3.78% with the 2-year 3.62%. Spot gold retreating by $13 the ounce, down by 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $70.19 for a barrel of WTI. OpenAI says it has completed the deal to raise $6.6 billion in new funding, giving the AI company a $157 billion valuation and bolstering its efforts to build the world's leading generative AI technology. And we are getting closer to mainstream flying taxis. Toyota boosting its investment in air taxi manufacturer Joby Aviation by $500 million to support plans for commercial production. Recapping, S&P down 5, a drop now of 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues, the Wednesday edition. Post-debate back, we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Limes.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you as always. Thanks for being with us here on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. You can always find us on YouTube as well. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. This day after Iran chose to attack Israel directly for the second time in 6 months, firing nearly 200 missiles, as we've been reporting. It was happening right at this time yesterday. We've since learned a bit more from the Pentagon, knowing, of course, that the U.S. helped to repel an attack by Iran against Israel in April, where we saw American fighter pilots shooting down drones and rockets air to air. It was a little bit different yesterday. The Pentagon reporting that 2 Navy destroyers fired about a dozen interceptors against the Iranian missiles, those destroyers including the USS Cole. Having heard as well from President Biden, who gave the go-ahead for the U.S. to take part in this mission. Let's listen.
At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected.
So for more on what's happening in the Middle East and the kind of retaliation we could expect from Israel and potentially Iran in return, we turn now to Alex Vatanka. He is director of the Iran program and senior fellow of the Black Sea program at the Middle East Institute. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio, Alex. It's good to have you as we follow this news flow. Israel, of course, is promising retaliation and consequences for the events of yesterday. Iran, in return, is vowing a stronger response if Israel does retaliate. But you pointed out yesterday in a post on X that you see Iran as holding a bad hand here. So how powerful and strong of a response is Iran really capable of delivering?
Oh, it's great to be with you. Look, I mean, it's important not to underestimate the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's not a regime that is popular with its own people. And one of the things I pointed out yesterday, I think it's the elephant in the room. The Iranian regime doesn't have the support of the Iranian people for what it is doing in the region. What it's doing in terms of supporting these proxies and certainly its opposition against Israel's right to exist as a country, these are not policies that the regime has the backing of the Iranian people for. So the regime knows that. And I think that is going to be a big part of why they are hoping that their volley of missiles that they fired at Israel yesterday will not be met by major response from Israel. We have to wait and see. But that's the hope in Tehran, because they really do want to move on. Because I think fundamentally what the Iranian regime is banking on is this sort of long war against Israel, war of attrition. Have groups like Hamas and Hezbollah bleed the Israelis year in, year out, and Iran can sit away 500 miles away and just watch this show. Well, you've seen the Israelis are saying it's not going to happen. We're going to take the war to Iran, and that's why we have the tensions that we're seeing right now.
Well, I wonder your thoughts on that and what the next step should be. If Iran doesn't think it can afford a wider war with Israel, and if Israel has the superior military, why not go for it now? If you're Israel, why not attack Iran's nuclear program while you have the opportunity?
Joe, it's easier said than done. Iran learned over the last few decades in terms of how to build and how to spread out, if you will, its nuclear facility. It's not one side or two or three sides, multiple sides. Across the country, the size of Iran, just to give you an example, is 3 times the size of the country of France. So, you know, it's a major undertaking for Israel. I'm not sure if the Israelis militarily can do this on their own. And the big question is, will the United States go in and help them in such a mission? And to be honest, sitting here in Washington, following the debate, if you will, the United States clearly wants to help Israel in defending itself, but that's a very different matter than taking this country to a mission where you are taking out multiple, sites in Iran that could open a conflict that, as I said, I don't think this administration certainly is interested in.
Yeah, defense and offense are very different things, and that is important to point out here. As we consider, though, the idea that the U.S. would come to aid Israel, that you would see an alliance at work, knowing that in the attack Iran launched at Israel back in April, it was not just the U.S. that was helping defensively, but the U.K., Jordan was involved in that as well. I wonder what you think would realistically happen if we were to see more retaliation between Iran and Israel, if the U.S. were to get more materially involved. Who else is drawn in? Is anyone going to come to Iran's defense other than the proxies that it has been funding and have been materially weakened by the Israeli military's efforts over the last year?
So, Kaylee, I think that's exactly the right question to ask. And frankly, I think the answer to that is Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, I should say, is strategically alone. I would be very hard-pressed to point out a country that I could say for sure will come and side with Iran in a war where Israel and Iran are fighting it out. The Russians are not going to come to Iran's aid, regardless of all the pleasantries that you hear Vladimir Putin and Ali Khamenei in Tehran exchange. The Chinese are not going to come to Iran's aid. The Arab world, by and large, is going to, at best, sit at the sidelines, watch this. And frankly, a lot of these Arab governments, particularly in the Gulf states, they're happy to see Israel destroy Hezbollah, Hamas, these non-state Arab militant actors. So the Iranians have a number of proxy groups that they can maybe rely upon. But look, the biggest of them all was Hezbollah, an entity Iran invested in for 42 years, hundreds of millions of dollars. And in the span of a few weeks, we've seen Israel destroy much of Hezbollah's capability. So this is not a moment for Iran to gamble and go into a conflict that militarily it really is, as I said, in a strategically lonely place and at a major disadvantage.
Is it a moment for Israel to make a major move against Iran without the blessing of the United States?
Look, that's obviously what Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying. He's even talking about helping the Iranian people help themselves from this Islamist regime. I don't know what the Israelis have in mind in terms of planning. If it's serious, that would be a game changer. That could be the outcome of the last year where you say, if you're Israel, you say to the world, look, if you want sustained stability in the Middle East, there's only one way forward, which is either this Iranian regime entirely changes its regional agenda, pulls back in and focuses on Iranian national interest, or you go for the jugular, as I said, you go for regime change. I don't know what Israel will end up doing, but right now, obviously, they have multiple fronts. They're fighting Hamas, now increasingly in Lebanon. And who helps Israel in this mission? Again, that's another major question mark for me. So a lot of moving parts in all of this. But I just want to say finally on this issue of Iran, this fight that the Iranian regime has picked against Israel is really an ideological a project of a few men at the top of the echelons of power in Tehran. This is not Iran's fight. Whatever one thinks of the Arab-Israeli conflict, that's between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And Iran is just throwing stone at it. It's not helping. And what we've seen is Iranian actions and those of the proxies that are aligned with Iran is just destabilizing the region further.
Well, we've had many questions throughout the last year around leverage and influence, both in terms of the U.S. ability to exercise leverage over Israel, influence its own military decisions, whether it comes to conduct in Gaza or now in Lebanon, questions around Iran's ability to influence its own proxies. And there's also the question of how U.S. policy is able to influence Iranian behavior directly. We heard from President Biden today talking about the prospect of more sanctions. There are sanctions in place. Republicans, including Senator J.D. Vance on the debate stage last night, argued that they have been not enough, that it's been effectively appeasement of Iran. Will sanctions, further sanctions, make a difference in behavior here, do you believe?
To be honest, I don't think more sanctions alone is going to cut it anymore. I mean, Iran today is the second most sanctioned country on earth after the Russian Federation, over 5,000 sanctions. And Iran's been under one sanction or another since 1983 when the State Department put them on the terrorism list, sponsor of terrorism for the first time. So a long time. There's a whole industry in Iran where basically people are engaged in cutting around sanctions, and there are like-minded countries out there that share this sort of anti-Americanism that the Islamic Republic has, most notably Russia, China, North Koreas of this world. They get together, they go around the sanctions. And the tragedy in all of this for the Iranian people is, while the regime can, go around sanctions and survive for another day, this is costing the Iranian nation hundreds of billions of dollars each year in lost economic potential. Because guess what? Nobody's going to invest in Iran, which should be one of the largest economies, certainly in the Middle East, if not beyond that. So this is an Iranian regime that has chosen a foreign policy that really is costing the Iranian nation dearly. And if you're sitting in Washington, whether you're President Biden, whether you're President Trump, you have an Iranian counterpart that really seriously doesn't want to cut deals. I would argue, and I know a lot of people will push back and say, well, they signed a nuclear deal in 2015. It was the American side that walked away. That's one side of the story. The reality is you cannot have an Iran that signs nuclear deals or other agreements with the U.S. on certain issues while it wants to kick the United States and Israel out of the Middle East. They just don't go hand in hand. If you want to be normal, you have to be 100% normal. You can't be 50% normal. And that's the challenge for the Iranian regime right now and the path they have to choose going forward.
Well, the timing is not lost on us here, Alex. The fact that this attack took place on the eve of the start of the Jewish High Holy Days. What is going to transpire with that in mind in the next 10 days as Iran looks at the calendar?
Look, Joe, I got to think that this Iranian regime is not that confident, that they were really in a bad place. I don't think they wanted to do what they did yesterday with those, firing those missiles. I think they want to stay to the game plan, which is the long war against Israel, have the proxies, throw whatever their proxies can throw at Israel over a long period of time, bleed Israel. To the extent that what the Iranian regime media will call reverse Jewish migration, that people that over the last few decades and so on moved to Israel decide, you know what, this place isn't safe enough, I'm going back. That is the Iranian wishful thing that's going on here. But the killing of Hassan Nasrallah really put him in an awkward position. It was the moment where emperor has no clothes on. And this was the man that they had handpicked, cultivated for years. Suddenly he was gone. And everybody in the region, among the proxies of Iran that Iran is working with, were looking for Iran to do something. And for Iran not to have done anything would have been, in many ways, the end of them as a leader of the axis of resistance. And that's what I think they did, what they did. But they're still hoping that this big Israeli retaliation that some Israeli reports are suggesting is coming is not going to come, because that might give Iran a way out of this too. They cannot afford, as I said before, they're strategically alone in this. They cannot afford a regional war. And again, let me emphasize, the Iranian people are against this war. So they can't even depend on their own people to rally around the flag, because the people of Iran, by and large, from what I can tell, are blaming the regime for having brought this on the people of Iran.
Alex, it's great to have you back. We thank you for the insights. Alex Vatanka, Director of the Iran Program and Senior Fellow Black Sea Program at the Middle East Institute. We'll keep tabs on this story, of course. Whenever there's a development, you'll see it on the terminal online. You'll hear about it on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington as President Biden leaves the bubble. He's touring the Carolinas today, surveying damage from Hurricane Helene, and has just touched down at the airport with quite a group, including Governor Roy Cooper, Kaylee, greeting him on the tarmac.
Yeah, he, of course, is in South Carolina now. He'll be heading to North Carolina later on this afternoon. And Kamala Harris will be making a trip of her own to Georgia. they'll switch places later on this week. Biden will head to Georgia and Florida tomorrow, and the Harris campaign has said she will be visiting the Carolinas at some point this week. It, of course, comes after we've seen Donald Trump make his own visit to Georgia, as we're seeing the intersection of a natural disaster and a political cycle with an election less than 5 weeks away.
That's right. We'll have a lot more on the late edition of Balance of Power on the visit here as President Biden just gets started. He'll have an aerial tour and a briefing later, with much more ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec. Tim, remember how how we said we're going to probably be data dependent?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Are you talking about that stronger than expected jobs number that we got a little earlier today?
Kind of.
Okay, I thought you'd go there.
Yeah, and we're seeing it play out in the trade. We've got investors trying to think, well, what does the Fed do next? Maybe they're not going to be as aggressive. I feel like we're starting to see that new narrative that kind of slow down everybody about Fed expectations. We're going to get more on the trade on this Wednesday in just a moment. Meantime, once again, Tim, today our focus the same as yesterday.
Yeah, certainly what's happening in the Middle East front and center. We're going to have the latest on all the headlines that are coming out of there, news and analysis as well. Plus, on the heels of last night's vice presidential debate, I know you stayed up late and watched it, Carol.
I fell asleep at one point. I mean, my husband rewind again. He wasn't so happy about it.
I don't know what that says if you fell asleep during the debate. That's okay. We're forecasting America's economic future based on who ends up in the White House. We have those details from Bloomberg Economics a little later.
All right. Also, just watching the aftermath of Hurricane Helene and how it made Climate City, Asheville, a disaster case study. This is an important read. We'll get to that a little bit later on.
Also, Ozempic goes from threat to opportunity. We'll tell you what exactly that means.
All right, let's get to the trade. Let's get on over to Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green for now. Stocks really have been meandering for most of the session right now. Treasuries slid, the dollar climbed after stronger than expected jobs numbers dampened Wall Street's confidence that the Fed's next rate cut will be a big one. S&P right now higher by 5, up by just about 0.1%. The Dow also in the green, up 64, up 0.2%. We've got NASDAQ up 46, a gain of 0.3%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares back in the green right now, little changed, up just under 0.1%. 10-year 3.78%, the 2-year 3.63%. Gold down 0.4%, 26.52 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil pushing higher, up now by 0.6%, 70.28 a barrel. Bottom line here, stocks higher, but they are struggling to find solid footing. Humana shares plummeting the most in 15 years after the insurer suffered a drop in Medicare Advantage quality ratings, posing a drastic threat to revenue. Humana shares, they're down now by 13%. So again, recapping, we do have the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing for now. For more on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you very much, Charlie Pellet. Well, Israel said 8 of its soldiers were killed in clashes with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. First casualties it suffered in an expanding ground incursion amid fears of a spiraling conflict with Iran. Meantime, Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to retaliate against Iran after it fired about 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. A major escalation that world powers fear could spiral into a Middle East-wide war, or as some of the conversations we had yesterday, Tim, a World War III.
It's not just that. Televised comments made during a visit to Doha, Iran's president said if Israel takes further action against Iran, the Islamic Republic will, quote, give stronger response. And President Biden says G7 nations are discussing sanctions against Iran in response to the latest attack against Israel.
All right, so let's get to it. Let's get more with retired Lieutenant General Michael Gruen. He is Geopolitical Intelligence Group member and advisory board member at Academy Securities, joining us from Virginia. General Gruen, great to have you here with Tim and myself on Business Week. Are we likely to see more back and forth between Israel and Iran for some time?
Yeah, inevitably. I think we've been on this cycle since October 7 last year, and I think where we look at the who has the balance of escalation, who can escalate this, and it seems like every time that the Israelis achieve an objective that they've established, the Iranians or their proxies will escalate once again, and they'll pull another trigger. And so, we're in this do loop of continuous trigger and response. Of course, now it's really become serious when we start talking about an Israeli ground invasion. And again, as you just said, 8 Israeli soldiers already killed in the action. Once you're on the ground, especially in the broken terrain of southern Lebanon, it becomes extraordinarily dangerous and extraordinarily difficult.
General Gruen, we're going to try and clean up that audio that you've got. So just hang on for a second as our team works with you on that. We are talking with retired Lieutenant General Michael Gruen over at Academy Securities. And, you know, one of the things, Tim, that I want to get into with him is this idea of, and this was a Bloomberg opinion column yesterday by Andreas Kluth, who said, when does the U.S., you know, which has been very supportive of Israel, we've certainly seen that from President Biden in terms of military support and vocal support, but when does perhaps the U.S. need to think about supporting Israel when it's defensive moves versus when it might be considered offensive moves?
Also coming just a month before the election here in the United States. So, and this was brought up last night during the vice presidential debate. Fair to say we were correct in predicting that this would be the first question. Indeed, it was about the different responses that each administration would bring in the White House to a conflict such as this.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we know, as we've talked with our colleagues on the ground in Israel and others, that the expectation is no doubt about it, this is something that is probably going to carry over into the next White House. So it is not a situation that goes away easily. As we said, we're all kind of shocked thinking that it was just about a year ago that we had the Hamas attack on Israel that really set all of this in motion. Although many would argue, and we have a guest later on in our third hour of Bloomberg Business Week that really gets into the history of the Middle East and kind of understanding initial conflict that maybe set the stage for where we are here in 2024.
Yeah, Yardena Schwartz, the author of the new book, Ghosts of the Holy War, will be joining us a little later in the program. Meantime, you did hear the General Gruen talk about the latest out of Lebanon. Israel said that 8 of its soldiers were killed in clashes with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, the first casualties it suffered in an expanding ground incursion. Israel did say it was sending reinforcements into southern Lebanon, and Israeli jets launched fresh airstrikes on the Iran-backed group. Hezbollah fired repeated rocket salvos on Israeli towns and said it had destroyed 3 tanks while advancing on the town of Maroun al-Ras.
I should point out, too, the New York Times is reporting that President Biden says he will not support an Israeli strike on Iran's nuclear sites. He said that he would not support it in retaliation for Tuesday's missile attack, signaling a renewed effort by his administration to seek restraint from Israel in the hopes of avoiding a wider regional war in the Middle East. He also told reporters that leaders of the group of 7 countries had agreed in a call this morning to impose new sanctions on Iran in the wake of the missile attack on Israel. And so there were a bunch of leaders on the call from France, Canada, Japan, the UK, Italy, and Germany, agreeing that Israel had the right to respond to Iran's military assault. Again, some of this reporting by our team, but also this is coming specifically from a story in the New York Times.
We're going to work to get General Michael Gruen, a geopolitical intelligence group member and advisory board member at Academy Securities, back with us in just a few minutes. In the meantime, I do want to talk a little bit about that debate last night and specifically what the economies under a President Trump and a Vice President or a Vice President Harris or a President Harris actually look like in just a couple of months.
All right, and we should say that many, many topics came up, among them trade. And here's what both vice presidential candidates had to say last night, Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz at the debate on CBS News.
The one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record.
I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in.
All right, that, of course, was Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz last night in the VP debate here in New York City, the two covering an array of issues of concern to voters and the U.S. economy. As we mentioned, you heard them talking about trade there. Our focus here at Bloomberg is on what the economic future looks like under these two different administrations, impact of the candidates' policies when it comes to tax breaks, tariffs, as they were just talking about trade specifically, immigration, housing, and inflation in the United States. It was the subject of a recent Big Take.
Co-written by Bloomberg News and Bloomberg Economics. Check out the story on the Bloomberg terminal and all from the Big Take on the Bloomberg at bloomberg.com/Big Take. We've got with us Enda Curran, Bloomberg News global economy reporter, part of the team that worked on the Big Take. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. And Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, they offer strikingly different visions of the economy they'd seek to build if they do win the presidency in November. What do we find on Planet Trump, as the team writes, versus in Harris' world?
There's a big gulf in vision between the policies of both candidates, like you mentioned, on trade, on immigration, on taxes, and on the environment. Both candidates are on polar opposites. Now, as you mentioned, on the one hand, you have former President Trump talking about lower taxes and higher tariffs. Economists there, the Bloomberg Economics, our own analyst there, talking about the impact that would have on inflation and growth. And on the trade side, the impact it would have on trade relations with China if former President Trump was to push through with tariffs of up to 50-60% on goods. And then on the other side, Vice President Harris, some of her proposals around the support for those looking to buy a new home would mark a new level of government intervention in the housing market, for example. So there's quite a bit at stake in terms of what's in play for the economy with both candidates. Both have very different visions. A lot will depend on Congress, of course, but whoever does win will be sure to put their own stamp on the economy.
Such an important aspect, right? Who is in Congress, whether or not any of these initiatives or a majority of perhaps the two sides, their platforms, whether anything actually gets through and impacts the economy or impacts U.S. citizens. Having said that, one thing seems clear that on both sides, and that we're going to see more U.S. debt.
Yeah, no doubt about it. When it comes to the fiscal story, broadly speaking, right now, bipartisan analysts are warning about the trajectory for U.S. government deficit. People like the Fed, the Congressional Budget Office, are saying, look, belts need to be tightened. There's some tough decisions that are going to have to be made. But both candidates aren't really preaching a message of austerity between tax cuts, tax credits, tax breaks, and more spending pledges. The deficit will rise under both. Now, that said, there is still a gulf between both candidates. The estimates vary, but the larger deficit projections so far are based on President Trump's economic policies, based on lower taxes and higher tariffs. Now, of course, former President Trump would say tariffs will raise revenue, lower taxes will drive growth and investment and make up the gap there. But a lot of economists say are skeptical that those policies will be enough to fill that gap. So a larger gap with Vice President Harris, but likewise on her side, also not exactly preaching a message of fiscal austerity. So the bipartisan community at least are saying that whoever does get office next year are going to be facing some tough fiscal decisions down the road.
And we got to talk immigration here, certainly inextricably bound to the U.S. economy as well. Senator J.D. Vance was asked about this last night, and specifically the former president, President Trump that is, his deportation plans. That's what the campaign has campaigned on. How do the two different campaigns or the two different administrations, if they become the winner in November, how do they view immigration and how would that affect the economy?
Well, again, quite stark. On the one hand, Vice President Harris is talking about cracking down on illegal immigration, resurrecting that bill that failed to get moving in Congress a few months ago, which would, tighten the screws in terms of those trying to cross the border illegally. So a tough immigration message. But the really tough message is coming from former President Trump, who wants to implement a sweeping policy of deporting illegal immigrants. Now, when you get into the economics of that, first of all, there are questions around the mechanics and the practicalities of how that would even work. But if you get into the economics of it, you then have economists talking about the hit to the labor market, potential for labor shortages. The role of immigration was seen to be very important in recent years in offsetting the labor shortage in the U.S. and taking pressure off the inflation story here. So I think when it comes to immigration, of course, Vice President Harris on the Hulk side too, but the real focus is on how former President Trump's policies would play out. That's probably where the biggest hit to the economy might come from on that side.
Got to say, this is a great companion piece to the VP debate last night. People can kind of go through all the issues, whether it's housing, whether it's immigration, whether it's inflation. Great stuff, as always. Enda Curran, thank you so much. Global economy reporter at Bloomberg News there in our D.C. bureau. We do want to head back to just outside D.C., go back to Virginia, and catch up once again with retired Lieutenant General Michael Gruen, Geopolitical Intelligence Group member and advisory board member at Academy Securities. We were talking about the latest from the Middle East. I do wonder, one of our concerns, Bloomberg Opinion writing about it, or Andreas Kluth, about, when does what Israel is doing become offensive versus defensive, and should then the U.S. and other global allies rethink its support of Israel?
So thanks for the question. It's a very complex situation, of course, The state of Israel, has suffered hundreds of rockets a day, for many weeks here as Hezbollah has made the northern part of the country uninhabitable. So, even from a humanity aspect and from a law of armed conflict aspect, Israel has a right to defend themselves beyond their borders in this space. That said, this is not the first time that there's been an incursion into southern Lebanon, and in fact, you think about going back years ago, even 1983 when the U.S. Marine barracks was bombed in Beirut. There has been a long history of tit for tat across that border. The Israelis and the UN have articulated the Litani River as the border. That's about 20 miles north of the current border of Israel. And that's 20 miles of really rough terrain, really dangerous terrain, and really difficult terrain to operate on.
I want to go back to this idea of seeing an end to this conflict. And I'm wondering, given that there is this tit for tat, this idea of retaliation, after one side makes one move and then the other side retaliates, how do you see this conflict ending, at least this iteration of the conflict?
So this iteration of the conflict, I think the principal parties are of a hard stance here. President Netanyahu, or Prime Minister Netanyahu, of course, has talked about what he's willing to do and what he wants to do to achieve the safety of Israel, and there's not a lot of wavering on the Israeli side. On the Hezbollah side, or on the Iranian side, even with the loss of many of their Hezbollah commanders and their IRGC commanders, we should always remember that those commanders are on the ground with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Even with a really not very effective sortie of missiles against Israel the other day, the Iranians are still calling for retaliation. So they are stuck on a wheel here maybe the only thing that can start to bring at least a place to talk outside of tit for tat exchanges, is a relationship with other countries in the region, and here I'm talking about Jordan and Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, Egypt. Like, is there a way to get back to the table, at least stop firing missiles while we're trying to figure out what a long-term solution looks like?
Is a long-term solution, does that include a two-state scenario in the end? And just got about 30 seconds left here.
Well, clearly, Lebanon is a captive state. It's been captured by Iran, and so and then if you look over to Gaza, kind of when we talk about a two-state solution, there's even the Egyptians don't want to govern Gaza. It is just, in its current state, it is completely ungovernable until Sinwar goes, and he's not going to go with his boots on. So like it is until we get some resolution, where this tit for tat is going to continue.
All right.
There's not an off ramp.
All right, got it. Thank you so much, and so glad we could reconnect with you. Retired Lieutenant General Michael Gruen, Geopolitical Intelligence Group member and Advisory Board member at Academy Securities.
Up next, the long road ahead after Hurricane Helene. We take you to Climate City. It's a disaster case study when it comes to climate change. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Been a choppy session with the S&P swinging between gains and losses right now in the green, as is the Dow and NASDAQ. S&P up 2 points, 57.11 where we stand now. Little change. Perhaps that is the key takeaway at this hour. The Dow up 39, up by 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 45, a gain of 0.3%. We've got the Russell 2000 Index in the green as well. Little change, though, up less than 0.1%. 10-year at 3.78%. The 2-year now 3.63%. Gold is retreating 0.4%, 26.52 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.2%. Back below 70, 69.95 right now on WTI. ConAgra brand shares falling the most since June of 2019 after the maker of Slim Jim and Healthy Choice Meals said reduced prices on certain frozen items, and Butters hurt its most recent earnings, and supply chain problems raise questions about profit going forward. ConAgra down now by 8.3%. Recapping, we do have the S&P advancing now by 2 points, little change there, up less than 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, President Joe Biden said he directed the Pentagon to send up to 1,000 active duty troops to help with recovery operations in North Carolina ahead of a trip to one of the states hardest hit by Hurricane Helene to survey the storm's damage firsthand. The president in the Carolinas today for an aerial tour of the damage. I believe he just got on the ground there. As his historic floodwaters unleashed by the hurricane recede across the U.S. Southeast, the region facing a humanitarian, economic, and ecological crisis of staggering scope with effects, Tim, likely to last for years.
And as Bloomberg News sustainability editor Eric Roston writes, Helene made, quote, Climate City, Asheville, North Carolina, a disaster case study. Eric joins us from New York City. Eric, climate change causing storms that are more severe and more of a wild card in terms of places where they didn't necessarily have as big of an impact as before. It includes Asheville, North Carolina. Why, though, first of all, do you refer to this as, quote, Climate City?
It's an identity that the city of Asheville developed over the last few decades and then came to embrace within the last 10 years. And it's home to the largest data collection in the world of weather, climate, environmental data. So it's always been the information hub for climate change. And alongside that, the universities sort of grew up alongside the federal presence. There's a military presence there that requires weather services. It's a very outdoorsy culture, and consequently, in the last 10 years, there's been a move, almost like culturally and in the business culture, to really embrace climate solutions. There's a startup incubator there focused solely on climate solutions. So the city in its marketing, really in the last five or 7 years or so, has really slapped that name tag on their lapel.
It's also notably, Eric, I would say, I visited it once. It's, as you mentioned, a great place for outdoor activities. It's why we went there. A great place for tourism. But it's also a place that I think many people thought was quote unquote safe from climate disasters. It's not a fire risk like much of the western United States. It's far enough from the ocean to seemingly be at risks from hurricanes and storms, but that wasn't the case over the last week.
It's true. There's pluses and minuses for its location. As you said, it's at somewhat of a remove from the shore. Which conventionally we think of as being on the front lines of a hurricane, but at the same time it's mountainous, and so at least on the coast it's flat and you could evacuate. In a city that's nestled in mountains, there's the water accumulates, slides down the mountains, creates landslides, and it's also just topographically, it's just harder to get out. And those risks were tragically on display in the last week.
You profile a certain individual who has, I believe, worked at Amazon Web Services. Tell us a little bit about that individual, because this is kind of how you tell the story.
Yeah. Anna Pinheiro-Privet is a civil engineer. She's a professor at the University of Illinois. She lives in Asheville. She runs a water security center at the University of Illinois. But she's also, as you said, she was a sustainability leader for Amazon Web Services. She worked in the Obama White House on resilience issues and programs, and she's been a professional researcher at NASA and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So she's really quite an accomplished climate leader in a few different ways. But when the water came, there was nothing anyone can do, and this is, she's a well-credentialed professional who thinks about resilient infrastructure and tries to build it so it's more resilient. But like when the water comes, and there's no power, and there's no connectivity, and there's no gasoline, and food is running low. Whatever your background, everybody just becomes people, it's a sort of trivial irony in the scale of the event that the Climate City was hit by a climate-juiced hurricane, but it goes to show that really doesn't matter how well you run the models if there's no power to get out of town. So she was stuck there for 3 days. She got out of gas. She got some gas finally on Sunday and was able to evacuate Monday.
I am curious too, and I've got a family member who generators, they had that, but of course it's still very difficult, and just to get other family members to this individual, that was tricky. Took at least 24, 48 hours, and is being taken out of the area because they just know the rebuild and the conditions are going to be tough for some time, and talked about the neighborly assistance that everybody kind of taking care of each other. But it's going to be some time before we can call this place normal. Having said that, this individual, Anna, that you spoke with, how is she kind of rethinking about what we need in terms of infrastructure in her area where she's been living and working, and really across the country where climate change is upending the models?
The important thing, to keep in mind is that this is all a very live and very sensitive situation on the ground right now. It's an ongoing tragedy. There are still rescue efforts underway, and as that awful transition to recovery happens. So right now, everybody is just trying to hold it together.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to reach a lot of people, but everyone I talked to was experiencing the same story, which is, one person used the word post-apocalyptic situation where, as you indicated, if there is any silver lining to it, is that the community shows its strength. As soon as something like this happens, and I did hear numerous cases of people just taking care of each other because people needed to be taken care of.
I know you cover climate, Eric, and sustainability, and not necessarily weather. And I know that they're related, but they're related is what we can say at this point.
They're less dissimilar than ever before.
Right. That's exactly the way I was trying to describe it. Thank you for that. But I'm wondering how this storm caught so many people off guard. You mentioned the models a few times, but the models were wrong about this.
They did not predict the rain number that came down, and the most famous thing that's ever been said about computer models, if such a thing could be said to be famous, is all models are wrong, but some are useful. And our weather models, in particular, just in months even, they just keep improving. They keep getting more specific. But the thing is it's very hard for even the best model to predict something that's never come close to happening before. The volume of the rain, where it's going to fall, what the water does when it hits the ground, and it's an ongoing research project, and not even research. This is military grade research that goes into understanding weather and climate. And I don't think, I think it's important and to acknowledge the limitations of these tools, and there'll be plenty of that in the years ahead. But also, these are highly sophisticated tools that are more powerful than they've ever been before. One interesting thing is climate scientists on the other side of that coin have become really more and more adept at speeding up their ability to evaluate these events in real time. And already out of Lawrence Berkeley lab, the other day, they released a quick report showing that climate change made Helene 50% rainier and made it 20 times more likely to happen. Wow. We'll see more analyses like that in coming months.
And I was just thinking as we went through your story, right, the irony, the sad irony of having the National Centers of Environmental Information, those federal facilities in Asheville, and then to have those facilities, water damage, no energy, you can't access the data. Like it's almost cinematic in a very troubling way, that to see that irony. So how do you, I don't know, Eric, like we've talked with you so many times about the situations going on in terms of climate change. We see it, we live it. We just came off of Climate Week, the UN General Assembly. We talked with a lot of entrepreneurs, the Earthshot Prize, people who are finding solutions to slow it, to stem it, to stop it. Are you more hopeful or are you more concerned as you continue to see storms just, the severity of them just get worse?
Am I more hopeful or am I more concerned? I think the answer a lot of us have become comfortable with is a lot of both. I feel like every time I'm on, I think it's important to emphasize just the mind-boggling rate of transformation in the energy sector. And this is not like white papers and failed legislation. This is a thriving global market for renewable power. And as you indicated, there is a long functional pipeline of technologies that we need that are invented that just need to deploy and grow to scale, and then those will help too. But there's no doubt that this is a very easy problem to describe, right? 90% of this problem is burning fossil fuels. And as long as we continue to do that in the volume that we do it every day, this will continue to metastasize.
All right, Eric, listen, thank you so much. Bloomberg News sustainability editor Eric Roston. I highly recommend, too, there's a story on the Bloomberg that just talks about cotton crops on the verge of being harvested. They were flattened. You had chicken flocks in some of the country's largest poultry producing states have drowned. Mines that produce high-quality quartz for computer chips, they were closed. And they just talk about how that storm just hit so many different aspects of our commodity market. So we'll put that out on Twitter. Coming up next, why private equity is in such a funk. We'll see if our guest agrees.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got U.S. stocks trading mixed right now. The Dow higher, S&P in the red. We got NASDAQ also advancing. The Russell 2000 index, lower little change right now. S&P down 1 point on the day. We'll call that unchanged. The Dow up 26, up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 26, a gain of 0.1%. 10-year at 3.78%. The 2-year 3.63%. Spot gold down $9 the ounce, 26.53. Drop there of 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude holding above 70.29 a barrel. Has been fluctuating up now by about 0.6%. Bitcoin 61,093, up by 0.5%. After earnings, we've got Nike shares down by 6.2%, declining after last night's earnings call. Nike is facing one of its roughest patches in decades, and it moved to reset Wall Street's expectations ahead of new CEO Elliott Hill's arrival. The sportswear company also withdrew its full-year sales guidance. Again, Nike right now down by 6.2%. So again, recapping, the Dow higher, NASDAQ higher as well. S&P 500 index, we'll call that unchanged. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thanks so much. Well, last week, you might recall Bloomberg News exclusively reported that Citigroup and Apollo Global Management teaming up together in the fast-growing private credit market. They agreed to work together on $25 billion worth of deals over the next 5 years. Just another sign, Tim, of the red-hot and growing private credit world.
Well, earlier, Apollo Global Management CEO Mark Rowan joined Bloomberg Surveillance's John Farrow, who asked whether there may be partnerships with more banks down the road.
I think it does. Now, I think it is difficult to serve lots of people in the same way with the same terms, but the Citi partnership is focused on a certain type of borrower. I think you'll see international partnerships. I think you'll see investment-grade partnerships. I think you'll see infrastructure-related partnerships. I do think that we are becoming a partner in some ways to the banking system rather than how it is portrayed in the press, which is, a fierce competition.
All right, that, of course, is Apollo Global Management CEO Mark Rowan. Well, private credit is one side of what we often sometimes refer to as the shadow banking community, private market equation overall. The other is private equity, which takes us to our next guest. Joining us right now is Global Chief Executive Officer of Triago, Matt Swain. He is here in studio. Triago, a placement agent best known for assisting private equity firms with fundraising, and since 1992, the company has raised and advised clients on more than $50 billion in capital. That's coming directly from its website. Matt, great to have you here with us.
Thank you, Carol.
Yeah, great to have you here. Tell us a bit about the business and what you guys are seeing.
Well, first off, I should probably tell you that Triago was recently acquired by Houlihan Lokey. So actually, my most recent position as of 6 months ago is Global Head of Directs and Secondaries after the acquisition. So happy to report.
The title grows.
Yeah, the title grows. I'm no longer the CEO of Triago, but I've got a far more interesting job at Houlihan Lokey.
Well, how does that change? All right, tell us how that deal changes what you guys are doing. Is it just gives you kind of more breadth and more money to play with, or what?
Look, it's a great question. It allows us to focus on two core areas of growth, which were really the growth engines for Triago. The first being direct placements, which is raising capital for single companies outside of a traditional fund structure. And the second being secondaries. Secondaries being the trading of private equity stakes and interests from one LP limited partner to another limited partner.
Help us understand what the landscape looks like. Our Bloomberg News team just out with a great explainer on why private equity over the last couple of years has, for lack of a better term, been in the doldrums. A combination of high interest rates, macroeconomic uncertainty. Yes, the Fed did cut rates last month, which might help, but you got buyout firms out there with a bunch of assets that were bought at a time when, well, there was still punch bowl at the party.
Yeah, look, it's a difficult fundraising market for the private equity landscape, and I would tell you that's getting a lot of attention. Actually, last year, the market was down 23% year over year in terms of fundraising.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's actually interesting is while the private equity fund landscape is declining is probably the wrong word, but has slowed as the market is still growing, you have two areas of core growth, the ones I just mentioned, one being directs and the other one being secondaries. In terms of directs, we think the market is going to hit an all-time high this year of $50 billion of volume. That compares to $31 billion of volume last year. And then in terms of the secondary market, I've got a couple predictions about this year, but we actually had a record first half at $70 billion of volume.
Well, and we do have a chart that's looking at what we've seen in private equity fundraising, maybe we can bring it up for everybody and just get an idea. And, Matt, you can take a look at it as well. You can see that it definitely has come down substantially. So you're saying, are we continue to see that trend, or we're starting to see more money come back?
Look, I think we're going to start to see more money come back. I think high interest rates have been particularly difficult on private equity firms. Private equity firms also have an all-time high of the number of companies that they're actually holding, about 28,000 globally. That being said, with lower interest rates, I think we are going to see more funding coming back to private equity firms, and I think we're going to see a lot of funding coming to these direct private equity firms that are focusing on single companies.
Let me ask you, though, about all those companies that private equity firms have not been able to necessarily exit for their investors. Are we starting to see exits? What can you tell us on that side of the equation?
Look, the market is going to be speeding up there on the M&A landscape. You also see...
Why? Because of lower rates, or
because
of
what? Lower rates, easier access to basically debt, right, in order for them to finance those companies.
Cheaper debt, too. Yeah.
Cheaper debt. I also think you have a number of institutional investors who have been investing in private credit for the last few years, and it's not that they're shifting their attention to private equity, but I think a lot of them are going to be opening up their private equity buckets and allocating capital to private equity firms going into next year.
What are you seeing what's happening in the secondary market right now?
Yeah, so look, in the first half, we had a record $70 billion of volume. This is unheard of. In terms of the high water mark, I think, for secondaries, it was $130 billion of volume in 2021. I actually think that because of high interest rates, even with a 50 bip decline, you're going to see a number of continuation vehicles come about.
They're going to kind of have to, right?
Yeah, because look, institutional investors are looking for options, and continuation vehicles provide options to these institutional investors. So actually, in terms of this year, I think you could see volume as high as $150 billion, which is pretty shocking.
You do a lot more, what, in direct private equity versus indirect?
I would say we do a lot more both in direct private equity, so raising capital for single companies, as well as secondary.
Which are direct investments right into the company, right? Rather than a fund.
It's a fund to one, so it's a fund of a single company, which is really a new structure. I mean, 5-6 years ago, you had these deals going on, but they were really happening haphazardly, right? It's only in the last 5 years or so that this has become a sophisticated ecosystem.
Who invests? Is it mostly institutional?
You know what? 5 years ago, it was family offices. Now we're actually seeing family offices, sophisticated asset managers, pension funds, and even the latest type of investors are strategics who are looking into getting into the space to deploy their balance sheet dry powder in order to find alpha and get intel on these lower middle market and middle market companies.
You're talking, though, direct investments, direct PE.
They're exactly direct into the companies, into a single asset purpose vehicle.
I want to go back to the exits and get an understanding for how these companies are being sold. Are they going public, do you think? Are they going to be sold to other private equity firms? Who's buying them?
Yeah, look, it's a good question, and M&A is not necessarily my bailiwick. But what I would tell you from, call it the secondary landscape, what we're seeing is we are seeing a number of middle market private equity firms that want to hold on to their assets longer. And the actual end buyers of these type of vehicles are sophisticated asset managers. Where it used to be just secondary players as a whole, we see pension funds actually moving into this market.
In terms of the types of companies, is it across sectors, or is there anything in particular? Because I'm curious about distressed assets.
It's a great question. Right now, direct private equity has not gotten into distressed assets. Those tend to be focused more on traditional fund structures. These tend to be regular way middle market companies ranging from $250 million in enterprise value to about $2 billion of enterprise value with some type of macro tailwind. And by the way, the market has changed. I mean, 5 years ago, it was $50 million of enterprise value in these type of deals.
But again, and then in terms of, is it healthcare, is it tech, is it, again, the gamut?
It's the gamut. It really is. I mean, we even see it in energy, which is not something that we saw 2 to 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I would tell you, any company that is making money, extremely profitable, and has some type of tailwind behind it, that's where direct private equity is happening.
Does your business, what does it tell you about where we are in the economic and market cycle?
Look, I'm not going to make a prediction of where we are in the cycle. That's probably for somebody smarter than I am. But
you understand cycles, and it certainly impacts your business.
It certainly does. And what I would tell you is we have more money flowing into to the direct private equity route, which tells me that investors are being very cautious about where they're actually allocating their capital. Because a differentiator from private equity fund investing to private equity direct investing is they're actually being able to pick the individual companies.
It sounds like they want to know exactly what they're investing in.
They want to know exactly
Not just
what
a
they're
fund.
investing in, and they're probably preparing for something.
Matt Swain, thank you so much. Coming up, everybody, how Ozempic has gone from threat to opportunity. If you're curious, you should be. We'll explain on the other side.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenevec, a lot going on. We do want to mention a headline that crossed. Microsoft investing about $750 million in OpenAI's latest fundraise, if you will, or fundraising round, which is I got to just say, this raise just has kind of blown me away. How much?
Yeah, Microsoft has already invested $13 billion in the startup. NVIDIA, another name in there. Listen to this, Carol. OpenAI completed a deal to raise $6.6 billion in new funding, that new valuation at $157 billion.
That's quite a fundraise, if you will.
Yeah, the question is, where does it go from here?
Yeah, it
costs a lot of money to run this company. Every time you look something up on ChatGPT, that costs money, uses a lot of energy.
We talked about this with our Max Chafkin, right? The idea that it costs a lot of money to run it. So they're still trying to figure out, I guess, the way to profitability. It is, by the way, the deal, one of the largest ever private investments, makes OpenAI one of the 3 largest venture-backed startups alongside Elon Musk's SpaceX and TikTok owner ByteDance. That's according to people familiar with the matter who asked not to be identified.
Other names, Thrive Capital, Khosla Ventures, Altimeter Capital, Fidelity Management and Research, SoftBank, and The Abu Dhabi-based tech investment firm MGX also participated.
I think what's also staggering is that it's been a turbulent year for OpenAI, to say the least. So it's interesting to see this amount of money coming in to the company. I got to say, AI is certainly one of the trends that we've been all over for the last year and a half, and so is the new diet drugs that are out there.
Yeah, because Ozempic, well, we're not scared anymore. That's what food industry executives seem to be saying right now after initial concerns about what Ozempic and other GLP-1s, Carol, would do for their products if people were taking these drugs. Are they still going to buy as much food as they were buying before?
Well, it turns out big food, they're kind of warming up to the GLP-1 drugs. Let's get to it with Bloomberg News consumer reporter Dina Shanker. She's with us in New York City. Great read. Dina, just remind us, first up, that initial terror, we used to talk about it, right? These new drugs were out there and all the food companies, the packaged food companies were like, oh my God, what's going to happen to all our businesses? Remind us about that backdrop before we get to where we are today.
Sure. So I can tell you, for me, it started last fall when I was interviewing Steve Cahillane, the CEO of Kellanova, the snack company. And I asked him, like, well, what are you thinking about these GLP-1 drugs? And they were like, listen, we're watching it. We're not sitting here. We're not being, just complacent on this, but we're watching it, and we're prepared to mitigate any impacts. We then saw less than a year ago, earlier this year, that the CEO of Novo Nordisk, which makes Ozempic and Wegovy, that they told us that they were getting phone calls from CEOs of food companies that were scared. They didn't know what was going on. And there was this big question that was coming up. We saw it in news headlines. It was just like a major topic of conversation. Was Ozempic going to finally deal a blow to big food that any diet trend of the past was simply unable to do?
And just in case anybody forgot, Kellanova makes those good things like Cheez-Its and Pop-Tarts and all those good things.
Pringles.
Exactly, right? Some really
Things that
good
maybe
stuff.
you wouldn't eat as much of if you're taking Ozempic.
Perhaps.
But Dina, you're also here to tell us that big food, well, they're going to be just fine. How have they adapted?
Well, so that's what they're saying anyway. What we found is that some companies are basically like, oh, well, we're like, our portfolio is perfect for GLP-1 users.
Of course.
So we saw Nestle roll out an entire new line called Vital Pursuit of basically like frozen single serve meals that are high protein, they have fiber, they have the nutrients that people are looking for when they're on these drugs, or often when they're not on these drugs. And so then we also heard other companies like Campbell Soup and Danone say in public presentations that they had foods that were perfect for this cohort. And we spoke with ConAgra, which has spoken a little bit about this before publicly, and we had a conversation with them asking them what they've seen. And they said they're seeing it. They're seeing a bump in their frozen single-serve meals. And it's small, but measurable, and it's certainly something that they're going to keep an eye out to see how it changes.
All right, so what does the investment community say about all of this? They're like, great, new revenue stream, or they're like, wait, the jury is still out on this?
So most of the people that I've spoken to, most of the analysts, experts, et cetera, were like, yeah, there's opportunity here for some of these companies. And one stressed this, his name is Bobby Gibbs. He's a partner at Oliver Wyman. And he was stressing just that, like, even if you're not on a GLP-1 drug, maybe you were and you got off, or maybe you never were, but you really are just health conscious. This is a growing part of the world of American consumers, that we all want to eat better. And so making foods that serve those needs is a growing opportunity. One person I spoke with, Nicholas Faraday over at Rabobank, he was a little more skeptical, especially on snack companies, because some of the snack companies have not said so much that they, are going to grow off of GLP-1s, but that they don't expect any real impact. Including Kellanova, which at first was the first company I talked to that was worried, or I shouldn't say worried, that was watching it from a place of interest. That they no longer see it as being something that we have to worry about. And so Nick Faraday over at Rabobank was like, well, they say these companies, he wasn't naming anyone specific, but these companies say one thing in public.
We got to run. Dina, everybody should read it. Go to Bloomberg.com. Dina Shanker, thanks so much. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec. And, it's kind of interesting. Got some new data on the jobs market. It's a big week for the labor market, so perhaps investors...
Oh, what's Friday? What happens Friday? Big week for the labor market.
Monthly jobs report.
Payrolls report? Okay. Yeah.
You kid. Anyway, maybe investors thinking, since we got some upbeat data on that front today in the lead up to that monthly jobs report, that maybe the Fed doesn't have to do another half a rate cut. But this is kind of the world we live in.
Yeah, that's the macro picture. On the micro side, it's a really different story. A lot of individual names making big moves today. Two companies under pressure for very different reasons. We're going to dive into why investors are hitting the sell button from shares of Tesla and also Humana.
Yeah, Tesla down more than 3% and Humana down a lot. I know that's one of your decliners today, so we're going to get into that.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Plenty to choose from.
He's a decliner kind of guy. Speaking of being under pressure, what's the port strike got to do with retailers just ahead of the holiday shopping season? We're going to get into supply chains and get a little nice snapshot of what's coming for the holiday shopping season.
And in my hand, I'm holding a brand new book. Came out yesterday. Very timely read and a timely guess. Ghosts of a Holy War, the 1929 massacre in Palestine that ignited the Arab-Israeli conflict. Your Dana Schwartz is going to be joining us a little later next hour. Spent more than a decade in Israel reporting on the history of the country and also reporting on news from there. Get her thoughts on today and the roots of the current conflict.
So looking forward to that story. First up, though, let's get to the trading day and a check on your top business stories. Here is once again Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. We got 59 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. That Microsoft headline worth repeating. Microsoft investing about $750 million in OpenAI's latest round. The OpenAI round also included Fidelity, NVIDIA, and SoftBank. Again, Microsoft shares, they are lower right now after that announcement, down by about 0.5%. S&P 500 index barely moving in the green right now by 1 point. We'll call that little changed on the day, with the Dow up 57 now, up 0.1%. We got NASDAQ up by 0.2%. The Russell 2000 also unchanged on the day. 10-year 3.78%. The 2-year 3.63%. Spot gold down $9 the ounce, $26.54 right now, down 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher by 0.9%. WTI back above 70.46 a barrel. Well, the next big economic event for markets will be Friday's jobs report. As for the labor market backdrop, Kristen Bitterly is head of wealth at work at Citigroup Global Markets.
There's some slowing, but it's not contraction. It's not deterioration of the labor market. And so Friday is going to be really important. I think payrolls are going to be one data point that everyone's watching, especially because what the Fed is telling us is that inflation, that battle has largely been won. So now all eyes on the labor market.
Citigroup's Kristen Bitterly. Humana shares plummeting the most in 15 years after the insurer suffered a drop in Medicare Advantage quality ratings. It poses a drastic threat to revenue. Humana stock down 11.1%. Recapping S&P 500 index, a little changed, up 2 points. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. You know, I like to say this, Carol. There's some good news and some bad news.
Always is
when you're talking about what, Elon Musk or Tesla or what?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both.
Okay. Well, at least for Tesla
Some
today.
might say.
The company posted its first increase in quarterly vehicle sales this year, though the company left investors expecting more of a bump from China boosting EV subsidies. Here are the numbers. Tesla delivered more than 462,890 vehicles to customers in the last 3 months, up 6.4% from a year ago. Yet, Carol, deliveries came up shy of the roughly 463,900 units that were expected among analysts tracked by Bloomberg.
All right, so we are obviously watching Tesla. Shares falling earlier in the session, more than 6%. They've bounced off their lows, but still down about 3% or so. Kara Carlson, is Bloomberg News EV reporter joining us from Austin, Texas. Good to have you here with us. So walk us through these numbers from Tesla. I feel like we shouldn't be surprised, but you're the expert. Tell us what we need to know here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's been a tougher year for Tesla. They've been, this is actually the first quarter we've seen a quarterly increase in sales. So it has been improving, but not as much as a lot of investors and a lot of analysts were expecting. They were expecting, as mentioned, a bit of a bump from China. It doesn't seem to be as high, although we don't break out the, Tesla doesn't break out the numbers, so we don't have a true sense of where, sales are completely increasing.
Carrie, is it a Tesla problem or is it an EV problem? We've talked a lot about the challenges that Ford is facing with its EV unit, challenges that GM is facing, other EV companies. Is this about the industry or is it about Tesla?
Tesla is still the biggest seller in the industry, so it is always a little hard to separate, but there is a bit of a slowdown in the growth rate of EV sales across pretty much every company right now. So it is something we're seeing across the board. We're seeing other companies pull back on some of their goals. Tesla's still going ahead, but they have started to pivot a little more, or at least Elon Musk has started to really focus in on AI and robotics as well. So it's something to keep an eye on how long this trend might continue.
Yeah, our Liam Denning out with a Bloomberg Opinion column saying EV deliveries have been essentially flat since early 2023 and not likely to change anytime soon. It was really fun listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence team, Alex Steele and
Paul Sweeney?
Paul Sweeney this morning. And Alex made the comment, and I feel like I agree with her, that every time, or increasingly, I feel like when I get an Uber, it is a Tesla. And whether that's just, the drivers taking advantage of the deals that are out there or the less expensive, I don't know, it didn't used to be that way. And they are kind of all over the place. And it makes me wonder, what does that mean? Is it Tesla trying to clean out the lots or trying to, I don't know. I don't know what it means. I don't know.
Yeah, Carol,
does it mean anything?
What does it mean?
I do know Uber, I don't follow it closely, but they have a EV kind of green program that incentivizes drivers to go green, and Tesla is one of the big manufacturers, and they had that deal with Hertz. So it's likely tied to that, but I don't know specifically why Uber drivers might be more drawn to Tesla as other EVs.
No, I just wonder if they're I don't know, it just all of a sudden you're seeing them everywhere, where I feel like it used to be so exclusive if you saw one, and I don't know, it just wonders what's changing. What are you thinking?
So, Kara, we get these numbers at the beginning, end/beginning of each quarter. I like to think of it at the beginning of each quarter for the previous quarter. Kind of gives us a little, or gives analysts a way to think about when the company reports earnings, what those are going to look like. How does this make us understand better what the most recent quarter was like for Tesla in terms of top line and bottom line?
Yeah, I mean, vehicle sales are a huge part of revenue for Tesla. It's the majority of their revenue. So it really gives a sense of where things are heading, what that earning report in a few weeks might show us. There's always more details in the actual earning report about what might be driving certain factors. And they usually get them more details, but it's definitely a strong preview of what's to come.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Kara, thank you so much. Kara Carlson is Bloomberg News EV reporter, joining us from Austin, Texas. Again, keeping an eye on shares of Tesla down in today's trade.
Okay, Carol, there is a stock that's falling, and then there's a stock that's falling. Yeah, this is the latter. It takes us to Humana. Shares right now down 11.6%. At one point, they were down more than 23%, the most since 2009. After the insurer suffered a drop in Medicare Advantage quality ratings, posing a drastic threat to revenue. Here to explain exactly what that means and how Humana is already appealing some of these ratings is John Tozzi, Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. He joins us from New York. John, help us understand what exactly this rating quality drop means. Because I think for people who don't follow this industry closely,
it's like, wait, what?
Yeah, this is kind of not clear.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely took investors by surprise. So, Humana is in the business of selling private Medicare Advantage plans. So, for people over 65, if they want to get their Medicare from the traditional program from the government, they can. If they want to get it from a private company, they can. So Humana takes money from the government to provide those benefits for people who choose its plans. If insurers meet certain quality and performance metrics that the government sets, they get more money. It's a 5-star scale, 1-star to 5-star. For the top-rated plans, there are bonus payments and some other kind of complex mechanisms. But basically, the better you do on these star ratings, the more money you get. And you can pour that money into benefits for your members or, take some of it as profit. Humana has traditionally had pretty good quality ratings and earned bonuses on most of its plans. They filed in a securities filing this morning that has dropped for the 2025 year, that a big chunk of its membership that used to be in plans that got bonuses right now won't be for next year. That doesn't hit their revenue in 2025, that there's a lag, so it will hit revenue in 2026. But it's potentially a big chunk of money in the billions of dollars, and it's for a company that's kind of already struggling to make profits in its Medicare business right now. And Humana, unlike other insurance companies, isn't diversified. Medicare is their main business. It's pretty much where all their money comes from. So that's why the stock was down so dramatically this morning.
All right, yeah, down 23, almost 24% at its lows today, still down about 12%. John, should this have been a surprise? And I understand they're appealing, but as you write, that if it stands, the result would be catastrophic for this company. Should this have come as a surprise to them and to investors?
I mean, I think they're probably answering questions from investors about that right now. I mean, there is some unpredictability around these ratings. The plans are sort of, everybody's kind of competing against one another, and the methodology. First of all, I should say that the way these things are calculated is extremely complex, but it's basically meant to measure, quality of care and sort of customer service, things like how long are people waiting in your call centers, that sort of thing. The way that they're calculated has changed. Insurance companies have taken issue with that in recent years. And in fact, we saw last year a couple of companies that lost some of their star ratings, appealed and actually sued the government over the way they were calculated and got some money back. So Humana is kind of saying that they are appealing these decisions and hope to reverse them, in which case, their situation going into 2025 and 2026 will look a lot better.
If I'm an investor in this company, John, I'm thinking to myself, a big risk is what the government says about my plans at each time that they're re-rated. How were investors, kind of similar to what Carol's asking, how were investors caught so off guard about this, if this is something that happens regularly and there is some insight into these metrics to the public at least? Yeah, I mean, I think the, one thing is, like, if your main business is providing some kind of service to the government, which, in Humana's case, that's true. It's increasingly true of a lot of their competitors as well. You're always sort of subject to policy risks, right? Yeah. So I've heard, people sometimes describe it as stroke of pen risk, that, sort of one change in some regulation or some policy could translate into a huge, huge financial consequences for your business. I mean, that works both ways. These companies made a lot of money and grew pretty quickly over a number of years based on kind of taxpayer finance programs in Medicare. As rates were going up, there were policies that were pretty favorable to the insurance industry, and that's been dialed back some of it a bit in the past couple of years under the Biden administration, and you see that reflected in the company's valuations.
Yeah, it sounds like not necessarily a business I want to be in anymore if if you can get such a big hit. Broaden it out, because one of the names that Tim and I have been also tracking, in fact, it's been on my list of stock gainers. It'll be like the second time this week. CVS Health. What's going on with CVS?
It was a decliner for me at one point recently. Yeah,
like it's just
been both of our lists.
Right. So it just feels like there's a lot of things that are going on in terms of changes within the healthcare broadly sector. And I know this one, there are folks clamoring for some changes at CVS Health. More broadly, as you widen out, because I do feel like we have a lot of, investing guests who come on and say healthcare, that's a great play going forward. You can dice and slice it a couple different ways, but it feels like there's some changes going, whether it's pharmacy benefit managers, whether it's a name like CVS Healthcare, trying to figure their way forward here.
Yeah, I mean, CVS had some of its own kind of particular news events this week with, some investors kind of pushing for changes at the company. I think if you want to look more broadly, I mean, in terms of investing in healthcare, I mean, people are always going to need healthcare. Somebody's always going to have to provide it. Over the long term, we have an aging population in the U.S. I think, people see Medicare and Medicare Advantage as still being kind of growth businesses. But the caveat to that is, they are, again, it's sort of when you get into business with the government, you're sort of subject to, risks from policy changes. Now, I think people are probably watching the election too. I think a second Trump administration is seen as more favorable to the private Medicare Advantage industry than, a Harris administration would be. So that'll be sort of another potential catalyst for this group of companies. But within healthcare, I mean, there's lots of, I think, lots of opportunities, but every company has its own sort of unique risks, and Humana certainly showed us a big one today.
Okay, so talk about the new CEO at Humana, Jim Recton, and what the challenges that he has ahead of him.
Yeah, so Jim Recton came in, into the company either late last year or early this year. He took the CEO seat July 1st, I believe. Humana was already having a really challenging year by that point. They had sort of healthcare medical expenses at the beginning of the year that were higher than expected. The CMS, the agency, the Medicare agency that sets rates for these plans, offered kind of a lower reimbursement update in April than Humana and most of its peers were expecting. All these things kind of hit the stock. They are basically trying to, over a period of years ahead, recover their profit margins in Medicare Advantage. The company previously said that it aimed to return to at least 3% margins by 2027. They do that by sort of potentially dialing back some of the benefits that they offer in their plans, and charging more, raising premiums. That's going to be a tougher path if these quality ratings stand, because there's just a big chunk of revenue associated with them for 2026 that that's at risk. And also, having lower rated plans means you might not have as many people signing up.
It's a good point. It's like a sort of a doom cycle, I guess, would be a concern to analysts. John, really appreciate you joining us on this. That's Bloomberg News healthcare reporter John Tozzi joining us from New York. Humana shares down 11.6%.
Coming up, we're talking retail.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the green right now. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the S&P right now up 4. Little changed, up just under 0.1%. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 57, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ up 42, a gain there of 0.2%. 10-year at 3.78% with a 2-year 3.63%. Spot gold, little change, down 0.2%. $26.57 the ounce, down now by $6. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $70.53 for a barrel of WTI. Treasuries slid. The dollar climbed after stronger than expected jobs numbers this morning dampened Wall Street's confidence that the Fed's next rate cut will be a big one. We've got Nike shares after last night's earnings report down now by just about 6.5%. Sportswear company also withdrew its full-year sales guidance. Starbucks new CEO Brian Niccol is wasting no time rearranging the company's top ranks, undoing some leadership changes his predecessor had implemented only 6 months earlier. We've got Starbucks down 1.1%. Recapping S&P up 3, a gain there of 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, Carol, come on.
No.
Charlie, is it too early for holiday shopping?
Yes.
The answer is
yes.
If you like to plan ahead like I do, but yeah, it is way too early.
Okay.
All right, let's get Halloween out of the way and Thanksgiving.
It's going to be 70 degrees
Okay.
here in New York.
Here's why it might be too early for us to talk about it in the context of if we've done it.
I'm listening.
But it's still important to talk about because it's so important for the U.S. economy, Carol. It gives us a good idea how consumers are feeling right now. Also, there's this port strike in the U.S. Have you heard about this?
We've covered it.
Yeah,
yes,
no,
thank you
just
very much.
Bloomberg Intelligence says it could drive up costs, slow the flow of holiday merchandise, threaten the ability of retailers to meet holiday demand. Kind of the worst timing for one of these strikes. Well, the management consulting firm PwC has crunched the numbers. They found that even though holiday spending is projected to surge to a record high, the increase this year, Carol, is less than the increase over the previous 2 years.
All right, interesting. So a lot to think about when it comes to holiday spending. Such an important part, as you said, Tim, in terms of the U.S. economy. Ali Furman is Consumer Markets Industry Leader over at PwC. She joins us from Seattle. Ali, good to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm great, Carol. How are you?
Doing okay. Trying to assess everything that seems to be coming at us, including that strike on the East Coast ports. We're trying to assess, obviously, the longer it goes on, the more problematic it becomes. How are you watching this from your perch at PwC?
Yeah, that's a really important question and a question of the moment for sure. So look, we are predicting that in-store holiday shopping is going to increase this year. About 45% of the consumers we surveyed over 4,000 consumers, it's our 10th anniversary of doing so, said they want to shop in store. We, with the port strike, and also importantly, the shorter week, we are losing a week between Thanksgiving and Christmas that we've had in the past. So that actually will shorten the shipping time of gifts that people purchase online. These factors combined, we think, will increase store traffic even more than what our survey respondents had initially planned. And your question when I first joined the broadcast about is it too early to consider holiday shopping?
Yes.
From our perspective, it seems like it, but really no. Particularly, this port strike issue. Look, most of the goods for the holiday season are already here in the United States. But if you're interested in purchasing an item that's very popular that may fly off the shelf, it would behoove you as a consumer to purchase that sooner rather than later due to some of these issues that I just mentioned.
You guys have a really cool port in Seattle, I must say. Carol and I were there a few months ago, driving past it on the way to that Bloomberg Green event.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool.
Just a reminder, of all the stuff that goes in and out.
Yeah.
Just take it for granted. But
yeah, when we talk about the West Coast ports, we often talk about Port of LA and Port of Long Beach.
But Seattle,
Oakland,
just blew
San
my mind.
Francisco,
Yeah.
Seattle, big ones. Hey, talk to us a little bit about some of what you found in the research at PwC that indicates that consumers are feeling a little stretched right now. I was struck by this in the research that we got from you, sent over by our producer, Paul. that the majority of consumers right now are feeling stretched.
Yeah, it's interesting, although not particularly surprising given the inflationary environment. So we are projecting that consumer average spend on the holidays will increase 7% year over year. It will actually take average spend per shopper up to a record amount of almost $1,700 per shopper. But what's interesting about that statistic is for the previous 2 years, we projected double-digit increases in spend. So although we're hitting a record high this year, it is not increasing as much as it has in the previous 2 years. And the reasons why are because 59% of consumers in our survey said inflation will impact their holiday spending this year. And 89% of consumers said price of an item is going to impact their spending. Now, when you compare that to the survey we did 10 years ago, as I mentioned, we've been doing this for 10 years now, only 70% of consumers said that price was an important factor in their holiday spending decision. So, that alone shows you that the inflationary environment is breeding more price-sensitive and value-oriented customers than the last 2 years and certainly than the last 10 years.
Ali, two of the other trends that you guys found is that consumers turning to resale items and also the use of debit cards. Walk us through what your findings were.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really interesting one. So first of all, the broad trend on resale items and consumers, shopping vintage, rental items has been ticking up for the past few years. We do, however, think it's kind of reached a tipping point this year around the holiday season, with 45% of our survey respondents saying that they plan to gift resale or used products in addition to private labeled and store brands, but that's up from 38% just last year. So, when you buy resale items, it's not necessarily more sustainable, but it is more economical, and that speaks to the same point about consumers being more price sensitive and value oriented. So that's particularly interesting. Your other question about payment methods.
I thought this was actually really curious. Me too. Go ahead.
Super interesting. So a couple threads tie together here that I think speak to why we're seeing this kind of shift in preferred payment methods. So our survey respondents this year actually ranked paying with debit card as number one. 65% of folks plan to pay with a debit card.
What about
then
the points?
I know, right?
Come on.
Cash was 58%. Cash was second, and credit card was third. When you compare that to 10 years ago, cash was at the top, and then credit card, then debit card. You tie that stat to the fact that Gen Z, so these are the folks who are between the ages of 12 and 27 years old, their spending power is increasing significantly year over year. I think we're projecting a 37% increase in their spend from last year to this year. This is a generation that probably does not yet have a lot of credit built up. And they're probably using debit cards. They're more likely to use mobile payment options. So that is probably part of what we're seeing there. The other reason we think has to do with the fact that credit card delinquency, has been ticking up slowly for the last 3 years. So there's probably something to that as well, while people are, choosing debit and cash over credit this holiday season.
Ali, you've been doing this at PwC, or PwC has been doing this for 10 years, I should say. So you have good historical data here. But I got to tell you, if somebody were to survey me asking what I'd spend on the holidays this year, I would have no idea what to tell them. Carol, I haven't seen your list yet, so I don't know what you want.
You don't track the kind of family spending around the holidays and stuff?
I mean, in September? In October?
I don't know that I think about it
idea.
ahead of time, but I do at the end.
I do at the end, yeah, absolutely. I look at what happened, but past performance is no indication of what future performance.
That's
so,
true.
Ali, how has the survey done, and how do you adjust for discrepancies that you see when you survey versus when you look back on the data when you actually get it come January?
Yeah, we collaborate with a third party, and we survey a broad range of folks, both generationally and regionally. We do have a set of questions that have been fairly consistent across the 10 years we've been doing it. But of course, we modify questions based on what's happening in the marketplace, like what's of most interest at the moment as well. So it's kind of a mixed bag. But I would tell you, from a trend line perspective, there are some pretty interesting 10-year trends. So when you think about overall spending, or actually, let me hit Black Friday. That one's super interesting. So Black Friday is actually up. People plan to shop on Black Friday 3% more than they have in the past year. And it's the highest we've seen of people planning to shop on Black Friday since 2019. But when you compare that to the first time we did a survey, 59% of our respondents say that they were going to shop on Black Friday. And this year, it's much, much less than that. So just the overall behavioral patterns of consumers, the advent of e-commerce coming on strong through COVID and beyond with some of these digitally native generations like Gen Z, it's just a really interesting trend line. The other thing I would tell you that's super interesting, so 10 years ago, much higher proportion of people plan to shop in-store versus online. We've seen that over the 10 years we've done the survey steadily decline over the years, as you would suspect with e-commerce coming up and the quote-unquote death of brick and mortar. Well, this year, for the first time since 2018, we see a higher percentage of folks planning to shop in-store. And similarly to the payments point I made earlier, we believe this is being fueled by Gen Z. So it may seem counterintuitive because Gen Z is a digitally native generation.
Yeah, but they like to mix things up.
Yeah, they prefer in-store shopping.
Are you kidding?
They prefer.
What are you? Oh, you're a millennial,
12
right?
to 27.
I'm like a geriatric millennial. I'm not even close to Gen Z. Gen Z could be my kids.
I always forget Gen Z are your kids.
No, they couldn't really.
Yeah, no, I believe they're toddlers.
Yeah, but thank you.
Or one is a toddler.
Thank you, Carol.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Sorry, Allie.
Hey, I do wonder, Allie, is there anything, the takeaways that you guys have been doing this for several years, and so you have some nice historical perspective. Anything that out there that says the consumer's getting a little stressed? And just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, listen, I think the fact that 89% said price is a huge consideration shows stress. I also think that, this K-curve demand where you're seeing people pull back on, some of the wants and the needs, but yet willing to pay for convenience is an interesting phenomena. But, but despite that, we broadly feel that the consumer is resilient. We are very much aligned with the philosophy. It will be a soft landing.
Got it.
Trend is up. It will hit a record this year, despite the macroeconomic climate that we're in. So
yeah.
So although they're stressed,
got it.
The advice: shop early. Shop early if you want those.
Shop early, shop often.
Shop early, yeah.
Shop often.
My husband might be listening. Hey, Allie, thank you so much. Allie Furman, consumer markets industry leader at PwC, joining us. Was it Larry Fink, BlackRock, that said something about that? Maybe there won't even be a landing.
You're quizzing me on something that happened while I was not in town.
Speaking of quizzes, I bet that might be in the Bloomberg quiz.
I don't know.
Or something. I don't know.
All right, well,
what do we
better
know?
Study up. That quiz comes out tomorrow.
We're just knuckleheads on this Wednesday.
Coming up next, we drive to the close. This is Bloomberg.
3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ 100 index all in the green. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks trading in the green, but somewhat quiet right now. The Dow currently up 44 points. S&Ps are a little changed, up 2 points, and NASDAQ rises by 0.2%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 3.78%. Gold is lower by 6 points. Oil trading in the green, and Bitcoin, that's little changed. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only tech and energy were in the green. Consumer staples were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Salesforce and UNH. While Nike fell 7% after earnings and led to the downside. In the tech space, Microsoft invested about $750 million in OpenAI's latest funding round. And in the healthcare space, Humana fell as much as 24%. That's the most since 2009 after sharp declines in quality ratings for its Medicare plans. Wrapping things up, Levi's reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, look at the clock, Carol.
I know. Time flies.
It does.
When you're having fun.
We got a lot to talk to Phil Palumbo about because he says that the upcoming election, a softening job market, and slowing consumer spending are all risks that investors should have on their radar.
We just talked about consumer spending, the upcoming retail environment, right?
Yeah. So let's drive to the close. Philip Palumbo is founder, CEO, and chief investment officer at Palumbo Wealth Management. Got about $600 million in assets under management. Phil joining us once again from Great Neck, New York. I want to talk about the consumer because if you weren't listening to our previous segment, we spoke with Ali Furman.
Of course you were listening, right? You listen to us all the time.
Non-stop, Phil. I know. Yeah, he's nodding. He's nodding. He does. What do you make of the consumer right now? Because the consumer is so important to this economy, Philip.
It always is. So a couple of things. In terms of the consumer, right, the key thing is the COVID savings that everybody was talking about now is completely dissipated. And the credit card debt now is up parabolically. And the jobs numbers, except from the ADP report today, are deteriorating a little bit. So the key risk right now really is the consumer and if the consumers continue to strengthen. But I just want to reiterate, and I talked about this in my notes, is that I'm still bullish on the equity market overall. Two main reasons. Number one, the Fed is now accommodative, right? A lot of people are trying to guess 25 basis points, 50 basis points this year, 100, 200 next year. That's really a waste of time. The only thing that we really need to understand is the Fed is being accommodative. And then earnings are anticipated to grow about 9% this year, next year 12 to 13, right? So those are reasons why you want to be positive on the equity market. You just have to watch the consumer.
All right, earnings is a big bucket. So if you divide it into different sector buckets when it comes to earnings, where do you think the outperformance will be? Where do you think the underperformance might be?
So I think energy right now and healthcare, if you look at the estimates, there seems to be some negative estimates for this year and next year. And then technology seems to be one of the better growers. And actually consumer discretionary seems to be even above 12, 13% for 2025.
Okay, look at that.
So would you play then on that anticipation? Forgive me, Tim. Would you then, is that how you would allocate in terms of the equity environment? Would you play that earnings card?
The way I look at investing is where are there opportunities, right? So what are areas that have gotten hit over the past couple of years and opportunities where businesses have high returns on invested capital, lots of free cash flow, and somewhat stable earnings. And for me, you know, utilities was that 3, 4, 5 months ago. We took a position in Entergy, which I've talked about on the show with you guys. Real estate's another area that we positioned clients in over the past 5 and 6 months, which all have been profitable. But today, specifically, the healthcare industry, to me, looks exciting. And the reason why is a couple of things. Number one is we've seen a deterioration in pricing due to COVID. Number one. Number two, regulation due to the IRA Act. And then number three, rates going up. That's all affected the healthcare industry. But there are businesses on the large pharma side of things that do look attractive, and also on the biotech side of things. So if you're looking for an entry point, I think healthcare looks really attractive as you think going out to the next 2 to 3 years.
Hey, so on that, Tim and I spent some time talking about the healthcare sector, specifically Humana, which was down almost 24% today. It's still down about 12%. So when it comes to healthcare, again, that's a big bucket. Is that a name that you think with this hit that you would be interested in, or you're a little bit concerned fundamentally about that story?
Yeah, I'd be concerned about that. I'm not going to jump in front of the bus on that one. But what we're interested in is, so we own Johnson & Johnson, and it's something that we're looking to even add to, right? J&J is a company that's been around for a long time, a diverse set of revenues, tons of free cash flow, more than any other business out there, at 20% of sales. They're spending a lot of money on research and development, making great acquisitions, especially in the rare disease space and medical devices. They're leaders with their blockbuster drugs and psoriasis, and on the medical device side with orthopedics. So if you think about J&J, where they're positioned today from a fair market value standpoint, again, it's a boring type business, but I think kind of boring's back right now with the overall market. Everybody's excited about Mag 7, which I'm fine with, but I think the other 493 stocks is we all should be paying attention to, which I think we see move over the next year or two.
Do you feel like the lawsuits over baby powder in terms of J&J, you feel confident enough about them and that overhang?
I do. I feel like the risk reward is there, and I understand what you're saying, and it's definitely still a risk out there. Many analysts are talking about that. But I think, like markets always are ahead of that, and I think markets have priced that into J&J, which is one of the reasons why it's been down from its peak. But overall, again, with their free cash flow, and I mean, we're talking about $20 billion in free cash flow, right? So, and that's every single year. So I think J&J's position, if the lawsuit was to get into a situation where it goes off, it's not on their side at this point, that'd be problematic. But I think overall, the risk reward is there.
And so you're saying that a large payout they could deal with?
Absolutely.
Okay. J&J, one of the names on your radar. Can you give us another name?
So on the biotech side, which I talked about with you, is on the biotech side, we use actually a strategic partner that actually gives us names that we invest in a portfolio, and we depend on him for that. It's the small cap biotech space. So what I would recommend investors do is take a look at small cap biotech. That's an area that's really been hit hard over the past couple of years, mainly because interest rates were up.
But it's such a risky area. Because those companies are made or broken by approval process of the FDA, whether or not a drug works in a clinical trial. I mean, some of the biggest decliners or gainers on any given day are tiny biotechs that many people have never heard of.
Yeah, so many of these stocks are down 70% from their peak. But again, if you have somebody that's really been in the business for a very long time, understands the industry, understands to know what to look for, especially within management, that's like 50% of it. Yeah, you can do very, very well, especially it's a sector that really has been beaten up, mainly because of interest rates, and it's a heavy capital cost intensive business. So it's an area, you don't put all your money in there, but it's an area where we allocate typically 5% of our clients' portfolios, 2.5%. But it's an area we feel you can make really good money over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, the SPDR S&P Biotech Equity ETF definitely bouncing around since late June, and it's up, I'm just checking here, up about 10% so far this year. Hey, one area I just want to get to before we leave, just got about 45 seconds to a minute left here, Phil, is China. And particularly if you take a look at the NASDAQ Golden Dragon China Index, is up about 23% for the year. But if you look at just where it's been, I think in the last month or so, we're up about 40%. Are you wading into that area, some of those Chinese names that trade here in the United States? Anything that looks of interest there?
Yes, so we stay away from China simply because we just don't trust the numbers that they put out there publicly when it comes to their companies. We think it's an area you could probably make money because of the stimulus that they put through, but overall, as investors, we shy away from there.
All right, going to leave it there. Fun to talk names and some areas with you. Phil, thank you so much. Philip Palumbo, he's founder, CEO, and Chief Investment Officer at Palumbo Wealth Management. They've got roughly $600 million in assets under management. Phil joining us from Great Neck, New York. All right, everybody, we've got about 10 minutes left in today's trading session. A little bit of a mellow day, I think it's safe to say, right?
After yesterday, we needed some mellow.
That's really fair. Little changes on the equity front, and we did get the ADP payroll, which did come in a little bit higher than forecast, and we did see yields kick up just a little bit, but we've got more jobs data to come. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment, count you down to the close on this Wednesday. I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just under 6 minutes to go until we wrap up this trading day. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenivek live here on Bloomberg Business Week. We'll head over to our TV colleagues, talk about the trade in just a moment. But I do feel like a little bit of a marking time moment as we count you down to that monthly jobs report. Although we did get a read, those ADP employment numbers, which came in at 143,000 earlier this morning, and the month before revised upwards. So that was more positive momentum.
It's a little hot.
A little hot, which, you know, shows that the labor market holding up, good news, but it also then maybe, you know, pares back those expectations about how aggressive the Fed might be going forward.
Okay, well, economists surveyed by Bloomberg, if you go to EcoGo on the Bloomberg terminal, you can see this change in non-farm payrolls for the month of September. Estimates right now coming in at 150,000. Remember, last month they were at 142,000. So the survey, oh, interesting.
What's the matter?
Oh, this is last month. I clicked on last month's. Oh. I was like, oh, interesting.
Wait, they're out already?
Got the number.
They're not out
They're
already.
not out. They're not out. I clicked on last month.
We both need a cup of coffee.
We really do. But anyway, what happens if it's even hotter than that, Carol?
Exactly. Then you see those, you know, markets reset. Certainly when you look at futures and, you know, the trade, we'll see what it means in terms of Fed policy. But this is, again, while we say, we've talked about with our Mike McKee, who follows global central banks, the Fed specifically, but just we will be, you know, data to data point, and we'll see where we are come that meeting that is just after the November election. And I also do wonder if we have the election, don't have an outcome decided, does the Fed, who say that they are not political, factor that in?
I mean, no, I don't think they do, because the votes, first of all, they say they're not political. You can take that at their word or not. That's your own personal view.
Yeah.
But the votes will have been cast by then already. So the question will be...
The Fed decision.
The votes for the election will have been cast. So,
no, I know, but do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, investors don't like any kind of uncertainty.
Oh,
and
I see what you're saying.
If that drags on, might the Fed just kind of, you know, tweak their thinking? I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know. The uncertainty element with the election is something that I hadn't thought about.
Yeah, but it's a factor. You know, in a week where we've seen geopolitical once again.
I will say, even though there were some questions about J.D. Vance last night, whether or not he accepts the 2020 results, he did make firm that he would accept the 2024 results, and he said, this was this nice moment of civility, I thought, compared to the other presidential debates.
We rewound it because I'm like, I don't think I heard that right. And my husband and I were kind of debating over it.
He said that she'd shake hands and move on, and he would do what he could to help the Walz and Harris administration.
And I was like, wait, did I hear that right? Or was he saying he'll help Donald Trump do whatever he needs to do?
No, the way I heard it.
No, you're right. But that I debated at home. I'm like, I don't think so.
But the reason is because there's been so much chaos over the last 8 years when it comes to these elections here in the U.S. that this was kind of a return to conventional debating or normalcy that I think has been missed.
And I think the conclusion from a lot of us in terms of our conversations in the newsroom, but even other folks, just that we heard a lot on actual issues and the different sides and what it means. And just like
not a lot of personal attacks.
No, which was refreshing, right? It reminds us all of high school debate or college debate.
Yeah.
Not me, actually. Were you a debater?
I was not a debater.
Yeah, my daughter was a debater. She loved it. But
really?
Yeah. Oh my God, loves it. Which is why she argues so well with us.
You could tell that J.D. Vance has a lot of experience doing that. I mean, Yale Law.
Yeah.
He's got experience as an attorney. Very
articulate.
As a candidate running for Senate back in 2020.
Yeah.
Like he knew what he was doing up there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I don't want to use the word slick because I feel like it has connotations, but like I said, very articulate. But I think it was a good conversation, and I think it gave a lot of us things to think about going into the election in terms of positioning and what it means, you know, for individuals, for U.S. citizens, and what it means for the U.S. economy. Although, as everyone says, down ballot, what happens in Congress will ultimately determine some of the major policy initiatives, whether or not they actually happen.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. All right, guys, you don't have to wait any longer, though, to wrap up this trading day. Over to our TV colleagues we go. That's because the closing bell starts right now. Are you working?
All the market action today, coming up right now, right here on Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele, taking you to the Closing Bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Everybody's back in the pool. Scarlett Fu here in the television studio. Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic
Like
in
a
the radio
family
booth.
reunion.
I know. Alex Steele back from I don't know what that assignment was, but she's back.
Secret.
She was up in the wild blue yonder somewhere. Anyway, welcome all of our audiences across all of our platforms, including our partnership here on YouTube. Carol.
I gotta say, I'm gonna go there about the NASDAQ Golden Dragon, man, guys, up another 5%. Have you seen, I know we've talked about it, up about 41% since mid-September, still just up about 23% for the year, but what outperformance, and again, just continuing to see some of the investor enthusiasm.
You know what I thought was funny too? There was a great note out on this, the potential increases that we could see by Scott Rubner over there. Yeah. I didn't realize how much the Chinese markets were still well below their all-time highs. I think it was like the Hang Seng is still like 30% below its all-time high, which was set years ago. And of course, the mainland indices have never even reclaimed their highs from the global financial crisis.
Which just shows you, right, how much more ground there is to go. And even with the jump up that we've seen in, the NASDAQ Golden Dragon, it is still just up 20% this year, even with that 40% jump like in the last month or so. Yeah, some perspective, right?
Romaine, everyone wants to know, did the iPhone arrive yet?
The iPhone,
Well, you've talked about this on TV.
The iPhone has landed. I got an alert saying it had been delivered. Doorman has it. And I'm sure as soon as I walk in the door, a certain person will be all over me, asking me to power that thing up.
Do you have the new charging cord yet?
Don't start, man. Don't start.
There's a lot of drama around this iPhone
USB-C,
about
$1,000 for a phone
and $1,000 for accessories.
whether the strike would have
That's how they
affected
get
all
you.
of that.
You wonder why this company's a cash cow.
I don't.
All right. All right. Anyway, let's walk you through the numbers here on this Wednesday afternoon. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slightly higher here on the day.
There's
But
a
we're just gonna call this
calendar on
unchanged
that
across the
iPhone
board
that'll
because
help
everything is green on the screen, but the gains are marginal, to be sure. 0.1% gain for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, 0.1% gain for the NASDAQ, 0.1% gain for the S&P 500. And the Russell 2000, it's actually sitting this one out, down about 0.1% here on the day.
All right, to the S&P 500 we go, guys. Not quite an even split, but you had 221 names to the upside, 278 losing ground, and Scarlett, you had 4 unchanged.
All right, let's take a look at how it shakes out when you look at the sector performances. It's pretty clear you've got some big gainers here. Energy extending its advance from yesterday, up more than 1% as oil prices continue to rise. Tech stocks, led by chip makers, up by 0.6%. Financials also squeaking into the green. On the flip side, consumer names, whether you're talking about discretionary names or staples, and we noticed that auto and apparel names in particular are weak. They're down by 0.8%, and communication services lower by 0.4%.
All right, that's the big picture. Let's get to some of the individual gainers. Joby Aviation, guys, just finishing off its highs of the session, still about a 28% gain. Toyota Motor saying it is boosting its investment in the air taxi manufacturer by $500 million to support plans for commercial production, bringing Toyota's total investment in the startup to about $894 million. So big bump up in that one. Sphere Entertainment,
What is an air taxi? Is that just an airplane?
I've been in it.
You've been in it?
No, I'm not. I wish.
Oh.
No, these are like EV helicopters, basically.
Oh, helicopters.
Yeah.
But you don't have one?
eVTOLs. That's exactly what they
Weird.
are.
I know.
You
me, just taking those Uber sort.
These are the type of thing where they were announced years ago. You're still waiting to see them in the skies.
Yeah, eventually.
Maybe maybe your phone's being delivered by a drone.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I hope that screen can hold up from the drop.
Well, maybe when they're around, they can take us to the Sphere in Las Vegas. Sphere Entertainment up more than 7% in today's session. Wolf Research upgrading the company to outperform from peer to peer, or from peer perform, excuse me. Sphere has shown early signs of success improving its core value propositions of being a more utilized, efficient, and profitable venue relative to a traditional arena, and it should benefit as more content is created, allowing it to appeal to a larger audience. And it also says it's not evident to us that another Sphere is fully baked in, so maybe they're thinking some expansion there. So that one, price target set at $60, guys. Stock closing about $47 and is up. Overall, in 2024, stock is up almost 40%. CVS Health up another 1% in today's session, off its highs. We've talked about it this week already. Barclays saying the stock is well positioned for margin improvement after a review of the firm's Medicare Advantage plan offerings for 2025. We know this was a big theme in some of the healthcare names today. Stock, though, is down 20% year to date. We know the other story is maybe what happens to this company going forward in terms of as it looks at a strategic review of options for it.
Okay, let's get to some of the decliners. I do want to start with Tesla. Shares of Tesla down 3.5% today. The company did post its first increase in quarterly vehicle sales this year, though it did let down investors who were expecting more of that bump from China boosting EV car subsidies. The numbers, Tesla delivered more than 462,000 vehicles to customers in the last 3 months. It was up 6.4% from a year ago. Analysts who were tracked by Bloomberg wanted to see 463,900 units. Shares of Humana, wow, all over the place today in the red, down 11.8% at the end of the day. But they were down as much as 24% earlier in the session, the most intraday going back to 2009. The company disclosed the sharp drop in decline in quality ratings for its Medicare plans for 2025. It said the drop will impact quality bonus payments in 2026. We had John Tazzi of Bloomberg News on earlier. He reminded us that Humana has traditionally had pretty good quality ratings and earned bonuses on most of its plans. But as of only 25% of its members will be in highly rated plans that generate extra revenue. That's down from 94% previously. The company is appealing some of these ratings. Also, Humana down 46% so far this year. Finally, Nike, we covered the earnings after the bell yesterday. Its sales in the fiscal first quarter missed Wall Street expectations, but it was an hour later when the real news broke. The company said that it was withdrawing guidance for the year. They cited that leadership transition that's happening on October 13th and 14th. John Donahoe out as president and CEO on the 13th. Elliott Hill in on the 14th. Down so far this year, more than 23%. Down today, 6.8%.
What are you wearing right now?
This?
Yeah.
Oh, this is awkward. Wait, are you talking about shoes?
Shoes.
Look at myself. Oh,
what is wrong with you?
I'm actually wearing. I'm wearing
You
some.
should travel more often. That was really funny.
Me? Oh, it's because I haven't slept.
I got some on my footwear. I got the American-made Wolverines on.
American. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I don't
fall.
know what that is.
It's fall. It's boot season.
Whatever.
Yeah.
All I want are sneakers with stiletto heels. Okay, I'm taking a look at the bond market, and I'm going to hit the FX market for a quick second. So overall, you're seeing a bear steepener within the market, sell-off across the board. The back end, though, rising a little bit more, so you're seeing that curve continue to steepen. But I did want to point out, guys, that the dollar definitely gaining in strength, particularly if you take a look at dollar-yen. The yen now weakening 2% to 146.45 per dollar, and we haven't seen that since the beginning of August. Definitely wanted to point out, you had the new prime minister saying the economy isn't ready for another interest rate hike. So just putting that on everyone's radar for now.
All right. I don't know if this is on your radar, guys, but are you at all worried about your job being replaced by AI?
Yes.
Show of hands.
Yes. Duh. I'll do it too first.
Both hands? Both hands. Romaine is oddly confident in this. Go on.
No, I'm just hoping that I'm going to be long gone by the time that thing
He's
takes
still
over.
phased about the what are you wearing
As the elder
question.
statesman on this.
Yeah,
one.
it's
Sorry.
All right.
Wrong suit.
Well, listen, this is a great little story. A renowned MIT economist professor actually, Daron Acemoglu. Am I saying it correct?
No.
Asemlu.
Am I saying it correctly, Ron?
No, you're not, but continue.
Okay. Do you know how to say it?
No.
Okay. All right. So anyway, well, if we had AI, maybe it would help us out here. Anyway, he says that with all this AI hype and all the investments, he says basically that AI can only do about 5% of jobs, so that maybe we're safe. But for investors,
Yeah, but which 5%?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem.
Our 5%.
Right.
That's the concern.
The easy 5%.
Here's what he says, though. He says a lot of money is going to get wasted. You're not going to get an economic revolution out of that 5%. We wanted to talk about this story because OpenAI raised $6.6 billion in this latest funding round. It's $157 billion in value. I mean, we're talking like SpaceX and TikTok now.
All right, guys, we got to get to the real story of the day, and that is
I'm
to start.
trying to prevent us from going to
don't go
Week.
there.
Throw the banners up there. Fat Bear Week has started and apparently ended. Of course, this is the annual tradition up in Alaska's Katami National Park here, where the bears basically start to stock up for winter. They are eating all the salmon. You vote on who can get fattest, but apparently there was bear-on-bear violence that shut it all down just a little bit earlier.
This feels really sad to me. But okay, here's my question.
Yeah.
Did like the world of humans make this happen because we're putting bears together, or is this just a natural evolution of they're both predators and something happens?
I think it's just both predators. Look, this is a small little area. All the sockeye salmon make the migration there. The bears just stand there, catch it in their mouth. I don't know. Maybe somebody got a little chippy and
I can't.
things have to
Bears
go.
are doing what
I
they're
can't.
doing, and we happen to
All
catch
right.
it on camera, right?
I'm going to Levi earnings, guys. I just can't do it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Levi seeing fiscal year adjusted EPS, some outlook at the midpoint of $1.17 to $1.27 a
Last
share.
time I pick a story.
On the street, that's for sure. The estimate on the street is $1.25. So you already see shares of Levi down almost 7% in the after hours. Third quarter net revenue, that was shy of what the street was expecting, $1.52 billion versus an estimate of $1.55. Gross margin, though, coming in better than forecast. So disappointment here, Scarlett.
Yeah, the company's saying it's going to announce a strategic review of the Dockers brand.
Who still wears Dockers?
Good point. Oops.
Which one are Dockers again?
They're
They're
like
like
the
little
men's
khakis.
khaki pants.
Yeah.
Oh, men.
With pleats.
With
in the front.
pleats,
Oh,
with the
oh.
pleats.
Yeah. It's the part of the business that Lululemon's going after, right? With their more comfortable yoga fabric pants for men. No, the khaki pants, the
Oh,
work
okay.
pants.
All right. As long as you don't have
Casual
pleats.
work pants.
Can't do pleats.
Romaine, you wear pleats, right?
Pleats are actually back, believe it or not. Not on Dockers.
But does Romaine wear
yeah.
Dockers?
No, I wouldn't have got dead at
Pleat, you
Dockers.
kidding?
Yeah.
All right, that's a wrap, you guys. All right, our
If you
cross
see me in Dockers, you know the AI bot doesn't want it.
All right. That is our cross-platform coverage. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We do it all from bears, fighting bears, to Dockers.
Yeah, fat bears.
Stop. All right. We will see you again. Same time, same place tomorrow. I think Alex is heading out. She is not going to go buy some Dockers. I know that for a fact.
She's going to get some sleep.
Heck no.
Romaine and Scarlett finishing up on TV, and then we're going to go back to radio. All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
Saying goodbye.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. I got some numbers for you, Carol Masser.
Love that.
$1.6 trillion. It's not great, okay?
No.
As of June of this year, that's the amount of outstanding student loans that Americans have. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. We talk about this a lot.
Some more numbers. About 1 in 4 adults in the U.S. under the age of 40 have a student loan debt. Last year, the median amount a person with student debt owed was between $20,000 and about $25,000. This data all courtesy of the Pew Research Center.
And it seems low, especially if you're taking out loans for every year. All right. Also in the world of student loans, Monday marked the end of the 12-month grace period from the Education Department for student loan borrowers. The so-called on-ramp was designed to make it easier for borrowers to start making payments after the COVID-induced 3-year pause of student loan repayments. None of this is a surprise to our next guest. He's Dr. Billy Hensley. He's president and CEO of the National Endowment for Financial Education. It's a nonprofit that works to, well, really help make us all more financially literate. He joins us right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I wish we were all financially literate. I feel like this is something Tim and I have talked about for years.
I feel like if you listen to our show or watch our show
You
was
should be
as
there.
a child, as a kid, you wouldn't have these issues.
Education's a tough one. Tell us about how bad it is and what worries you the most.
Well, outside of student loans themselves, kids are not getting access to financial education, quality financial education. You know, there's financial information, and then there's this rigorous sort of foundational education that we all need. And every time I talk about this work, someone says to me, I wish I had had that.
We've been saying I wish for years. I don't want to date myself, but I feel like I've been talking it from the beginning of my career in business journalism. So why is it? Why do we not consider it important? You know, we used to go back years before me. Home economics was something. People were taught how to cook, to sew.
I had home ec.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And so I just wonder, like, why don't we consider this an important thing for our younger generation?
Well, there's a lot of topics fighting for shelf space in the classroom. So many hours in the day, we're always doing that. But to your point, I have textbooks on my desk in Denver from 1912, math textbooks that have chapters on financial literacy. So it was part of compulsory education at some point. But we're making headwind. 88% of Americans think this should be required. 80% of those same people wish that they had been made to take the class. And so we're at 26 states now that have passed legislation just in the last few years to require this for graduation. They're not all fully implemented yet. Sadly, it takes years and years before those things happen.
Why?
You tell me. I wish I knew.
Elon Musk is putting satellites in the air, going to get us on Mars, and he's created EVs. And like, why?
We don't know if he'll get us on Mars.
Okay, so maybe he won't get us to Mars. But why is it? Tell me why. Is it Yeah, go ahead. You're rolling your eyes.
Well, it's a myriad of issues. Part of it is expertise, getting teachers trained, getting them access to the right information so that we can have very thorough covering of the subject. The other is every one of us who come from education think our subject is the most important. Right. And so we're all jockeying for time and space and what that looks like. But there are states that are figuring this out. You know, we're at 26 now that have at least a semester of personal finance education. And we're starting to see some of those graduates come through now. And I think too few people know the true measurable benefits of this. Research shows that credit scores within 5 years are 40 points higher than those where it's not required. So that's a true value. Lower utilization of revolving debt, lower credit card delinquency rates. The list is very long, and better borrowing for higher education.
Financial education, financial literacy are huge umbrella terms.
Right.
Give us specifics on what you want taught in school. What do people need to know in order to make good decisions as adults?
Well, to not overwhelm anyone, it is a mini-series, if you think about it. Everything we do in our life is touching some level of finance. But what the basics here are, it goes beyond budgeting, it goes beyond retirement, it goes beyond, emergency funds. This is about the necessity to be the CFO of your financial life. Mm-hmm. What we have found from international data is that in countries where the retirement replacement rate, meaning like their version of Social Security, is high, it's a higher percent of their earned income, financial literacy tends to be lower across the board. And if it's a lower rate, maybe 20, 25, 30% of their income is replaced, then financial literacy is higher because we're putting the burden on you to be the CFO of your life, to navigate your retirement and prepare for that. That holds true in every country but this one. We don't have high either.
Why?
And we have
Why
not
do you
invested
think that is?
in the education.
Is it because of education?
Well, I don't think it's education alone. I think we just don't talk about this subject enough. We need to continue to demystify it. And we live in a bubble, right? Because we think about this every day. But people still sort of avoid this topic. Some of it comes from shame. Some of it comes from, mistakes. Some of it comes from...
Maybe some of it comes from inability to actually... We talk about this, right? We talk about income, wealth versus income. It's tough for some generations.
Is it because we went from a world of pensions, as you've talked about quite a bit, to a world of self-funded retirement?
That's right. And that has happened largely in the last 40 years. Right at the time we were bottoming out on the number of students who were getting financial education or home economics or consumer science or whatever, it's called now. And, financial literacy as a tool, as a measurement tool, is just getting into its sophistication of research and how we do it well. For many years, and I don't want to pick on our economist friends too much, but for many years we were thinking about everything in terms of financial literacy, from optimizing decision-making instead of human growth and development, instead of curriculum and instruction, instead of these other disciplines that really lean into how we learn, when we should learn things. And as we've gained the insight, the case for financial education in schools has become much stronger, hence going in the last 5 years from 9 states to 26 that now require it. So we're making headway.
All right, just got about 45 seconds or so left here. Dr. Hedsley, I'm curious. So for families who might be listening or they pick up our podcast later on who've got kids, what's your one piece of advice? If we can't necessarily wait for our educational system to provide this, what should parents do or individuals do?
Well, a lot of this has started in the grassroots. Go to the principal, go to the school board, make the case for this work.
But if you don't want to wait,
like what can we do at home?
Yeah, I think about Khan Academy that has taught so many different kids about so many different subjects. Why don't we partner with them to create some kind of curriculum that kids can tap into right away?
That's right. There are great resources out there. Let's begin the conversation. Let's demystify the topic so it's a shared value. And the more we do that, the more acceptable it's going to be.
But is it as easy as starting my kids on allowance at a young age?
Yeah.
Understanding that if you do work, you will get paid.
That's exactly right. The applied knowledge, you're applying it in practice now. And that's the thing about money. It's cumulative. As you learn, the earlier you start this, the more cumulative that information will be, and the stronger you'll be later in life.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Thank you so much. Bill Hensley, Dr. Bill Hensley. He's president and CEO of the National Endowment for Financial Education right here in studio. Just quick check on shares of Levi Strauss, narrowing its full-year revenue outlook to the bottom end of its previous range, fueling concern that demand for the company's apparel is stagnating. And Tim, we have seen this stock lower in the aftermarket. It is right now down, as I pull it up on the Bloomberg, down about 8.3%. So taking quite a big hit. Something will follow into tomorrow's trade. It is still up 27% year to date, but it'll be a little bit of a haircut tomorrow.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on Levi Strauss shares. After hours, they are down now by roughly 8.5%. The denim maker narrowed its full-year revenue outlook to the bottom end of its previous range, fueling concern the demand for the company's apparel is stagnating. Right now, we got Levi Strauss down by just about 8.8%. Turned out to be a up day for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ today. The S&P barely moving, up by just about half a point. 5709 is where that index stands today. The Dow up 39, up 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 0.1%. 10-year yield 3.77%, with a 2-year this Wednesday 3.63%. Spot gold down $4 the ounce, down 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up today by 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling on presidential immunity should not prevent Donald Trump from standing trial for his private crimes and trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. That's according to U.S. prosecutors' newly unsealed filing.
We have with us Bloomberg News senior reporter Zoe Tillman joining us on the phone from Washington, D.C. Zoe, give us the details on this and also the electoral impact. I think October surprise when I see something like this.
And this was the brief, right? We were waiting for from U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith, correct?
That's right. So after the Supreme Court ruled this summer that Trump and all presidents are entitled to sweeping immunity against criminal prosecution, the case was sent back to a lower court judge in Washington, and she directed both sides to begin the next round of the fight over immunity. The special counsel proceeded with a new indictment against Donald Trump, taking out some of the more official conduct that the Supreme Court said was off limits, like his communications with the Justice Department, but proceeding with the original allegations largely intact, that he conspired with a host of actors around him, private citizens the government now focuses on, to overturn the results of the election. So the judge then said to the government, you get to file a brief explaining why this indictment does not run afoul of the presidential immunity test that the justices laid out. And that's what we got today. It's a 165 document going through a lot of information that we already knew. It was either in the indictment, came out in the January 6th hearings before Congress, and really the work now is to comb through it to see, what kind of evidence are prosecutors talking about that perhaps we didn't know before.
And this is really Jack Smith, right, the U.S. Special Counsel, separating out what was presidential, right, which now the Supreme Court has said the former President Donald Trump was immune, versus activities that he was doing essentially as a private citizen.
That's right. What prosecutors are saying is that, even to the extent he was the sitting president, some events may have happened in the White House, but what he was doing was in his capacity as a candidate running for office. And that really separated his actions after the November election from his duties as still president of the United States. They talk about his efforts to convince state lawmakers and state officials to delay or block certifying results, which they say, is not a presidential function. A significant part of this brief is focused on the fact that prosecutors have kept in allegations regarding his alleged efforts to pressure then Vice President Mike Pence to stop Congress from certifying the election. That has really been a flashpoint in this case, where the Supreme Court said, perhaps that's official conduct, but government, you can't overcome that presumption. And Jack Smith is saying we absolutely can. That they talked about things that were not related to official business. They talked as two running mates on the campaign trail. And, they talked about election litigation and perhaps even what would happen if Donald Trump didn't win and wanted to mount another run.
Hey, Zoe, very briefly, what are potential consequences of this if the former president were to lose the election in November? What consequences could he face?
If he loses the election, by all our understanding is the case is going to proceed as we expect it to. There still could be rulings on immunity that could go in his favor. We don't know. The case will just proceed on a normal track. The unknown is really what happens, or perhaps it is known, if he wins. There's an expectation that he will direct the Justice Department, or that he will choose someone to lead the Justice Department who will drop this entire case and make this go away.
Hey, Zoe, 30 seconds here, though. Is this a case that could once again find itself back in the Supreme Court?
It's possible. This immunity issue can go back up before anything gets close to a trial.
All right, good check-in with you. Thank you so much. Bloomberg News senior reporter Zoe Tillman joining us, Tim, on the phone in Washington, D.C.
Well, our coverage of the latest out of the Middle East continues. Some recent headlines here. Today, President Biden said G7 nations are discussing sanctions against Iran in response to the latest attack against Israel. Iran fired about 200 ballistic missiles at Israel on Tuesday, a sharp but brief escalation between Middle Eastern adversaries that threatened to trigger a fresh round of attacks as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to retaliate.
And President Biden saying Israel should hold off from attacking Iran's nuclear facilities in retaliation. That was something we got today.
We got a really timely guest with a historical perspective to a situation that has been centuries in the making. Yardena Schwartz is a journalist and author. Her new book is Ghosts of a Holy War, the 1929 massacre in Palestine that ignited the Arab-Israeli conflict. Came out just yesterday. She joins us from New York. Yardena, before we go back to 1929, which we're going to get to, you're an expert on the region. You're someone who spent more than a decade reporting from Israel. You've studied the history of the region. Weigh in on the events, not just of the last 2 days, but of the last year.
First, thank you so much for having me. The events we're seeing today, in which there is already this broader war against Israel by Iran and its proxies in the region, really shows us that this is not a conflict about land as it has been treated for decades. This is a holy war, as I argue in my book, and it needs to be looked at as such. And we see that very clearly now, in which this war is not just between Israelis and Palestinians, it is between Iran and its proxies in Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. For the last year, this didn't just start, as you said, yesterday or last week. It's been going on, and as I argue in my book, began 1 century ago with a massacre in what was then British Mandate Palestine.
Well, take us back to 1929, because it does feel like we need to understand the history. And I feel like we continue to be kind of on a history lesson. For those of us not either from the region, born in the region, lived in the region, or have some personal impact from it, we're constantly kind of studying to understand the complicated nature. Somebody said very simplistically to me, well, it's kind of like gang wars to some extent, because you have so many different groups. How do you see it, and how does going back to 1929 take us back there in terms of what happened, and how that helps us maybe understand a little bit better of where we are today?
Yeah, so many people begin their conversations around the origins of this war with years like 1967 or 1948, but this conflict began long before that, actually 2 decades before we see the emerging of the driving forces behind this conflict today. And those forces are religion, as I said before, but also disinformation. And it was a campaign of disinformation that led to this horrific massacre of one of the world's most ancient Jewish communities in Hebron, in what was then British Mandate Palestine in 1929. And my book elucidates in gripping detail the parallels between that massacre 1 century ago and the massacre of October 7th.
Why do you think so many modern conversations about the history of the region, at least the modern history, start in 1948 and don't go back to 1929? Why do you think this part of history has been, I don't know if I want to say forgotten. I have to tell you, be honest with you though, I had no idea about it until we got this book.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I think it comes down to people not really being able to wrap their heads around what is a really complicated and a conflict that has such a long history. And so they try to look at it in the simplest way possible. And it makes sense then to begin that story in 1948. But that's like beginning a story in the middle, or like starting a show at episode 25 rather than episode 1. And episode 1 was this massacre in 1929 that really set the stage for the conflict, because you see the emergence of what has become a very prominent lie that is told around Al-Aqsa Mosque. It is the 3rd holiest site in Islam, and it sits upon the ruins of the ancient Jewish temples in Jerusalem, and that the Temple Mount is the holiest site in Judaism. And that kind of tells you why religion is plays such a big role in this conflict. But the rumor that is still told by Muslim leaders today is that the Jews of what was then Palestine were planning to conquer Al-Aqsa Mosque. That was the lie that led to the massacre of 1929. And that lie continues to be told today by groups like Hamas or the Ayatollah of Iran, Hezbollah. And you can just look at the name that Hamas gave to its operation on October 7th. It was called Al-Aqsa Flood, because this lie about what the Jews of Palestine in 1929 or today Israel, this lie that they're trying to conquer Al-Aqsa Mosque to rebuild the ancient Jewish temple, is such a powerful force, a galvanizing force in the region. And corrupt leaders like the leader of Palestinian Muslims under British rule in 1929 have managed to distract criticism of corruption, nepotism, misappropriation of funds. For the last century, they've been able to distract their people from their own failures by holding on to this lie that is so powerful.
So then I guess I'm trying to figure out where we go from here. Because, you know, when you say we're seeing parallels of 1929 and what happened roughly 1 year ago with the Hamas attack on Israel, is it happening again because of this, you know, the lies, you know, like why, how do we break it then? Like, if we know they're lies, how do we break it?
That's such a great question. I'm so glad you're asking that, because it's actually much bigger than that, because that's just one lie that has been told. But also after the massacre of 1929 and after the massacre of October 7th, we see this widespread denial of the atrocities that were committed against innocent men, women, children, babies. The parallels between the atrocities committed 1 century ago and the atrocities committed on October 7th were so hauntingly similar. And so were the denials that immediately followed that massacre. And at the same time as denial, there was also victim blaming. You know, Arab leaders in 1929 said there were no atrocities, but a day later said, oh, the atrocities were committed by Jews in Hebron. And we saw the same thing after October 7th, you know, people denying that those atrocities took place, that women were raped, and yet also blaming Israel for the massacre or blaming the victims for what happened to them. And I think that really bringing peace this region has so much to do with ending that disinformation, ending this cycle of disinformation that leads to more massacres. I mean, you asked about 1948 earlier. That's another example of denial. I mean, so many people speak about 1948, speak about the expulsion and the, you know, what happened to Palestinians in 1948, but they don't speak about the war that was waged against the unborn Jewish state that led to their expulsion.
We want to continue the conversation because I think many would also argue atrocities on both sides of this dispute. And unfortunately, too many lives already lost. So we're going to come back with Yardena Schwartz and talk about her new book.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Another major consumer-facing company disappointing on earnings. Levi Strauss shares, they are dropping 8% plus after hours. The denim maker narrowed its full-year revenue outlook to the bottom end of its previous range, fueling concern the demand for the company's apparel is stagnating. Right now, Levi Strauss, after hours, down by about 8%. It said net revenue is expected to grow 1% in the company's current fiscal year. That compares with a previous range of 1 to 3%. Again, after hours, we got Levi Strauss down now by just about 8%. It turned out to be an up day. S&P 500 index, little change, but higher by about a point. The Dow up 39 points, up 0.1%. NASDAQ today up 14 points, again also of 0.1%. 10-year yield 3.77% with a 2-year that's yielding 3.63%. Gold lower a little change, down 0.1%. Spot gold 26.59 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.6%, close to 71 a barrel again. Was trading briefly.
There's a lot of research on this. There's really been three. Number one, prosperity, as you've said. Number two, improvements in healthcare. So in 1900, half the children died on the planet before their fifth. And the third was the education of women. So we've had some pretty interesting questions put up here, but let's try this one. What keeps you up at night and what gives you joy?
Well, I think kids give me joy. So I probably get the most joy from my kids. You know, I'm not saying that that's the reason to have kids, because we should have them anyway, but I certainly, kids are the greatest source of joy in my life. In terms of what keeps me up at night, I guess it's anything that's like, I think, a civilizational risk. You know, if we're, you know, birth rates continuing to plummet, I do think about the birth rates plummeting as being a civilizational risk. I think anything that undermines the foundations of democracy in America or elsewhere as a risk. I think anything that's leading us away from a merit-based system is a risk. I actually spend I listen to like podcasts about the fall of civilizations to go to sleep. So perhaps that might be part of the problem here. There's luckily a podcast called Fall of Civilizations, which I've listened to a few times. I'd also recommend Hardcore History if you haven't listened to that. It's a great podcast. I listen to history podcasts basically to go to sleep. So that's probably why I'm ruminating on these things as I go to sleep.
Empire conquered the region, it was a province of a rotating cast of foreign powers going back to the Romans, the Greeks, the Crusaders. It was actually the Romans who gave Palestine its name. It had been known as the Kingdom of Israel and the Kingdom of Judea. And when the Jews of Judea carried out a rebellion against the Romans, they punished them by renaming the land after the Israelites' ancient enemies, the Philistines.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm wondering is, you know, you go back to, as we said, the early 1900s and the role of colonialism, the UK specifically, you know, in establishing a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, which was against the wishes of the indigenous Arab population. You do also wonder how that kind of set the stage, in addition to what you were talking about, which led to the Hebron massacre, that there was more going on that made for a very volatile environment between these two populations.
Absolutely. Yeah, the conflict didn't just begin out of nowhere in 1929. Of course, the tensions between Palestine's Jewish minority and its Arab majority had been simmering for years and had already claimed dozens of lives by 1929. But the massacre in Hebron and the riots that engulfed Palestine that week in August of 1929 really became the first mass casualty event of this conflict and kind of set the formula for every eruption of violence that we have seen since.
You lived in Israel for more than a decade, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. And as we've been speaking with our reporters on the ground there, they've shared with us this feeling that people in Israel right now do feel like the conflict they are fighting is one that is indeed existential. And I'm wondering if you think, given what's going on there today, the actual existence of Israel in the future is threatened.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that understanding that really helps to explain the actions Israel has taken since October 7th. I mean, there's talk of disproportionality, and we heard this from Biden today. But I think if you are in Israel and you see your country being attacked from 7 fronts, and you see a world that doesn't really understand that the only reason we're not seeing mass casualties yesterday and today as a result of Iran's ballistic missile attack is a result of Israel's defense systems. I mean, you don't just have the Iron Dome intercepting some of those rockets, but you also, or many of those rockets, I should say, but you also have the government investing in bomb shelters for Israelis, something that I wish, other countries would do. Imagine if Gazans had bomb shelters or Lebanese civilians had bomb shelters, it could protect them from the terror groups that are embedding themselves within civilian populations. And, Israel really is fighting a war not just against, and the war isn't really against the Palestinians, it's against Hamas, but it's also against Hezbollah. And, like I said earlier, we really should be looking at the names of these organizations because they tell us everything. I mean, Hezbollah's name means the party of God. Hamas's name is the Islamic Resistance Movement in English. So much of what these organizations say themselves, we're not hearing in the West. And what they're saying is they desire to destroy the state of Israel. And Israelis hear that. But I think a lot of us here don't understand that.
So in your thinking about the region and the way forward, we fingers crossed that we get to a better place at some point, although it's hard to see right now. Does a two-state solution in some ways help the situation specifically in Israel and with the Palestinians?
So I do believe that a two-state solution is the only solution to this conflict. And just going back to the history here, I began writing this book nearly 6 years ago. I didn't just pick up and start writing this after October 7th. I was writing about this massacre well before October 7th. And the reason I did was because there was this family in Memphis, Tennessee that I was introduced to that had found this box of letters in their attic containing hundreds of pages of letters from their late uncle who was murdered in the massacre in 1929. And his letters painted this beautiful portrait of peaceful coexistence in Hebron that preceded the massacre. And what really captured me in reading these letters was that I had never known, and many people didn't know or don't know, that Hebron was once a beacon of coexistence in Palestine. And today, if you're familiar with Hebron, it is the antithesis of peaceful coexistence. And I think understanding how that happened really can tell us how we can find a way out and work towards peace. Because really, if you look at the last century, a two-state solution has been on the table since at least 1937.
Right.
And Palestinian leaders have rejected every single two-state solution since then. I mean, Palestine could have been independent and free for the first time in history in 1947 had Palestinian leaders and Arab leaders accepted that solution, and instead they declared war on the unborn Jewish state.
And in the meantime, many innocent lives have been lost and continue to do so. Yardena, thank you so much. Appreciate getting some time with you. Yardena Schwartz, journalist and author. New book is Ghosts of a Holy War, the 1929 massacre in Palestine that ignited the Arab-Israeli conflict. So we appreciate getting some time with her on this Wednesday.
Markets closed, but green on the screen. The S&P 500 up just fractionally on the day. The NASDAQ up 0.1%. Coming up, this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec. That's Carol Massar. It's Hispanic Heritage Month, and every day at this time we are celebrating significant moments in Hispanic heritage. Now with your installment for this Wednesday, October 2nd, here is Bloomberg's Sebastian Escobar.
Thank you, Tim. And this month in 2004, Puerto Rican reggaeton artist Daddy Yankee releases this iconic song. The song Gasolina fueled the global takeover of reggaeton, a Spanish-language genre that fuses elements of dancehall and rhythm with hip-hop. Last year, Gasolina became the first reggaeton song to be inducted into the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress. Now, 20 years later, the sounds of reggaeton have come to dominate Latin music, with musicians like Bad Bunny and Karol G releasing albums that debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 chart, the first Spanish albums to ever do so. And Daddy Yankee's Gasolina was the song that made it all possible. That's this month in Hispanic Heritage. I'm Sebastian Escobar.
I think you had that on your playlist, didn't you?
Who didn't? I can't believe that was 2004.
It's a long time ago.
You said
right?
Karol G. I know Carol M.
Very well. I mean, in terms of the growth that we've seen in Latin music, we often talk about the importance, I feel like, in the Bloomberg environment, so much about the Latin consumer, right? And whether it's advertising, whether it's marketing products, but music has been a big area as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, and especially Latin music in general. I mean, this is from the Recording Industry Association of America. We have Latin music revenue hitting $1.1 billion in 2022. That was a 24% increase from 2021. And then last year, it hit its highest mark ever at $1.4 billion in revenue, and that was a 16% jump. So Latin music, needless to say, is booming.
What about when it comes to the idea of the message that the genre has had when it comes to communicating issues that may not be known to people outside of the demographic?
Yeah, I mean, reggaeton is about promoting cultural pride, but also talking about social issues. Bad Bunny's music video last year, for instance, El Apagón, it talks about the rolling blackouts that Puerto Rico endured during, especially after Hurricane Maria, and then issues of, racial discrimination and poverty, and, issues like that. So it's like kind of the Spanish man's hip-hop music. It's really about, coming from nothing to something.
It's just a reminder, right? Whether we talk about culture and the importance of it, whether it's music or theater or movies, like getting out issues that maybe don't get the coverage, whether it's news coverage or just general conversation.
Right. And a lot of these Latin artists are starting to do that, especially with their platform growing and the audience growing. They're becoming a little bit more social involved, politically involved.
Yeah.
What's the history of reggaeton?
So let me quiz you. Where do you think it came from?
I have no idea, and I don't even want to take a stab at it.
But you say it well. I'm
going to
impressed.
let Carol M.
No, we'll let Sebastian E. do it.
Sure, and the professor, right? Professor.
Yeah.
So contrary to popular belief, reggaeton did not originate in Puerto Rico. It actually originated in Panama. And the reason
I was going to say the Caribbean somewhere, but yeah.
Definitely in the Caribbean, yes. And the reason for that is there was a huge population of Jamaican immigrants working on the Panama Canal in the 80s. And they fused with the Spanish language. So you incorporated Jamaican reggae and rhythm with Spanish language, that became eventually reggaeton. It was popularized by Puerto Ricans, but originated in Panama.
That's what's kind of cool about Panama, right? It's such a cross section because of the canal and the kind of where the vicinity of it, just so many different cultures there. And it's really fascinating with the food, the music. It's a really cool place. I've eaten there. I've been there.
You did a Bloomberg event, big Bloomberg event there.
But the food was incredible because it's just a mesh of all these different cultures.
Oh,
have you been to Panama?
I have not, but it's very close to my native Colombia. So
yeah.
And also where a lot of huge reggaeton artists are becoming very popular. Karol G is Colombian, so.
I'm just telling you, I think when Tim goes home and gets on his bike, Daddy Yankee, you're listening.
Carol M's from New Jersey.
Carol M is from New Jersey.
Check it out, reggaeton, Daddy
More
Yankee.
Madonna than Daddy Yankee. Yep, that's me. Sebastian, great stuff.
Thank you.
Bloomberg's Sebastian Escobar with the latest installment of Hispanic Heritage Month. All right, we're getting ready to wrap up here on the Wednesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week.
Yeah, I'm checking in on shares of Levi Strauss right now.
How they doing?
The after hours. They are lower by 8.1%. The company did come out with its latest results, and shares are slumping after they narrowed their full-year revenue outlook to the bottom end of the previous range. Shares down sharply in extended trading.
Our Charlie Pellet coming into the studio and said, whoa, like, check out what they're doing. They're making a push to generate more sales through their own channels. So while the company's making more progress on that front, its wholesale business is deteriorating with a decline of 6% in the latest quarter from a year earlier. So the company wants to use its own stores, website, and app for sales as shoppers increasingly move away from the department stores that have traditionally been crucial for apparel brands. Do you go to department stores? I do not go to department stores.
And I did order from Levi Strauss during the pandemic.
You did?
It's the last pair of Levi's I had, not the ones I'm wearing right now. These are not Levi's.
It's a little raw there.
Yeah, that's a patch.
That's a patch.
Yeah, these are expertly patched jeans.
I know. When they get so soft, it's like you do everything to keep them.
Yeah. But Nike made a mistake by doing that and moving away from its own, like the Foot Lockers of the world. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to Levi Strauss, especially as Nike's undergoing this transformation.
I think it's interesting. I think sometimes the brand can get lost within a department store where there's so many choices, and sometimes you want to really cultivate that brand, the name, and have a store where you go and it's just all in on Levi. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's going to do it. Hey, tomorrow we get another read on the jobless world, and weekly jobless claims come out. We get some data on factory orders and durable goods as well, so we'll be breaking that down as we count down to that Friday jobs report.
Carol M.
Daddy Yankee. Daddy Brooklyn is more like it. All right, guys, for Tim and me, have a good and safe evening. Balance of Power starts right now.